Hello and welcome back, chat. So, we have options, and we have democracy, which means, of course, we have delay, delay, delay. Autocracy would be the way of speed. But we have a choice given to the YouTubers. The Twitchers are not in here yet to complain. Always give a choice before the Twitch people can complain. Except some of them will watch this VOD. Damn. We are either going to continue... Here's the thing. Now we have two parallel biz runs. Probably if we continue the stream biz run, we will not continue the biz run that we did on video. The biz run we did on video is considerably in much better shape than the stream biz run, which we were trying to show stuff off, and we did stuff like swap Hellenism early, take Rome, which apparently is a mistake, because that gives you, like, 50 antagonism with everyone. Is Swiss Confederation fun? I haven't taken a close look at it since they nerfed it. Swiss Confederation was absolute bananas. You used to be able to, like, annex France with it. I'm shocked that no one was, like, making content with it, but... or none that I saw. This is the off-stream, what we managed to get done. After a practice run into an actual run, this is what we kind of got to. Most of Anatolia taken, and making moves, money moves, that is. And then here's the beleaguered stream run, which we reclaimed Rome, and we swapped Hellenism early. Apparently that breaks some of your content. I should probably leave a feedback post about that. Some of your content requires that you be Orthodox, and so you just, if you swap Hellenism early, you just brick it. I have no strong opinion one way or the other. A man of principle. But HRE has gotten updated, and we haven't played the HRE forever. And so here is the other biz run. The more beleaguered biz run. A little bit smaller, have more direct ownership. I think that this was also... With the one we did in the run, I was like, oh, you know what? We should just be integrating stuff ourselves. And then with this one, with this one we did on stream, I was like, we should integrate ourselves, lean less on subjects. Subjects are still good. Despite, like, being nerfed in a pretty big way, and they're going to be, like, a lot slower to integrate. I think you still want to get them going. And we have the big Caramanids and the big Arachnids, although that's not going to be a problem as much as, like, the, like, 50 antag bomb that we eat with, like, all of Europe. When we take Rome. How do you feel about the update so far? I'm enjoying it. I think that it is mainly like a flavor for Constantinople. I think it's almost like, or for Byzantine. I think it's a little pushed in terms of. I think that this is like fan service, and that fans generally love Biz. Like, everyone does Biz. Like, Biz videos are just huge and, like, this type of thing. I think, if the power level... I'm mildly concerned. Not because the patch is bad. I'm enjoying the patch. And there's a ton of QOL changes that are good. And I think the game's going in a good direction. But, I'm mildly concerned if there's, like, this level of power creep on every single country that gets touched. But also... I'm far less concerned because the power creep was way, way higher. Here, we could actually show it. The power creep was way, way higher before release and was toned down by the time release happened. And I'm thinking specifically, like, the thing that stands out is the Biz gets insane cavalry, and they still have that. But some of these omens were really, really bananas. Like, plus flat control, and some of them still are. But you have to loot box your way into them, like this. Plus 20% frontage, which is scaled by, like, right now we have a shit leader, so we're actually getting a malice. But if you could get, like, plus 100% omen power or something. And plus 40% frontage is by far the strongest military bonus in the entire game, unambiguously. And it's... I don't think that close, especially because I think Prussia's cabinet action got neutered. Prussia used to have a cabinet action that did a whole lot. Maybe this hasn't been neutered, but it give discipline. Why isn't Conquer the World? Yeah, it seems way too easy. This is an argument I've gotten into with other creators, where I feel like stuff is too easy, and then they're like, well, you don't want the game to be hard for the weekend warrior, and then I just, I don't know how to respond to that, because that's like a design principle and an accessibility type of thing, and who you're designing the game for. Paradox has gone on record saying that they want to intentionally make games that are hard to play and games that are complicated. But if you want to design your game for, like, the weekend warrior, the person who plays 2 hours on the weekend and that's it, you can't do both. You can't, like, design the game to make it so that those players have, like, an experience where they could intentionally pick someone who had a catastrophic end historically, and do a high-fidelity simulation, and have that person have an easy experience. It's just like... Yeah, the City Right stuff is really good. The City Right stuff is really strong as well. This is the nerfed version. And this is the nerfed version. You used to have 5 control on Zeus. And you used to have... one of the buildings for the Byzantine Empire gave 20 flat proximities. And they have a thing, a bureaucracy, that gives them... Can we show it off? They have a bureaucracy that gives 2 extra governors, because you will eventually get plus 100% bureaucracy. Can we find it? It's going to be the last one we look at. Well, it definitely... Yeah, you have a bureaucracy that gives you an additional governor. You could get plus 100% entrenchment, which means you can get 2 additional governors from it. Right? And then... the Thema building used to give flat procs, so you used to be able to have 9 capitals. How do you manage to switch to Hellenism early? We wanted to show it off for the stream, so we just game ruled it. Skill issue, EU4 had an hour-long, 1K hour-long tutorial. Been a while since I watched a journal stream. Welcome, welcome. And they still have Intelligentsia too. I forget, I haven't conquered the Seljuk yet, but yeah, and they have a bunch of events and stuff, and like I don't even know if I've scratched the surface. So Biz feels really strong, but Biz feels like strong in a like Fantasyland type of way, in my opinion, and they've been way toned down by the time release hits, and they might get like subsequently nerfed as well. I don't really know the trajectory, but this is like a fundamental. I butt heads with other creators on this, like, whether or not Biz should feel easy. And some people are of the opinion that, like, someone who is a complete beginner to the game should be able to drop in on Biz and kind of figure it out. And I think that that's, like, low fidelity to historical simulation. And fundamentally, like, I think that that's... It's not that it's bad, it's just, like, that's a design choice. And I don't mind if that's the design choice, but then that doesn't like make the game bad, but if it means you are not caring about actual historical trajectory that much. Yeah. I don't think it's in the patch notes, but merging culture group is buffed. You get access to advances from the different cultures that you grouped out. Oh, wow. That's huge. Are the patch notes out? Maybe we go over the patch notes for the start of the stream. Oh, they sneakied it. We could go over the patch notes as well. We probably should go over it. Let's merge a culture group. Let's just take a note of that. CK3 has a lot of game rules that center to difficulty. Haven't played EU5 since release, so don't know if they do something like that. Something you can do in EU5. Byzantine should feel like smashing your cock with a rock. That's kind of... Yeah, I don't know, like, there's one content creator who's like, I feel like he really doesn't like me because of this, but like, I'm just like, both difficulty, in my opinion, being too low in a lot of spots, and fidelity to simulation being an issue, and specifically around the Byzantines. Like, the Byzantines should feel, like, sucky, in my opinion. But then, like, also, if you release a DLC and for something that's really, really hard, that's super alienating for a majority of the player base. So, like, my feeling on it is probably just, like, not a good one. You know, patch notes are really long. Maybe we don't have time to take a look at the patch notes. Just want to say you're a legend and appreciate your stuff. Thank you so very much. Let's take a quick gander at the patch notes, though. Oh no, my patch notes. But that's like, I don't know, that's a thing. So... oh, I probably have to read through all of this, too. Yeah, I don't think this is a stream read through the patch notes thing. Oh, I mean, they included, like, everything. This is a read on your own time generalist type of thing. This is not even a video read through. Wow, that's so long. I mean, a lot of... That's fair. Alright, let's see if they have a TLDR, a highlights. This is actually an improvement, though, because previously they did a bunch of stuff and then they didn't talk about it. Balkan content, 300 plus new advances, 150 new DHEs, extensive content for Greece and the Balkans, a couple new formables, reforms, privileges. Overhauled economy, updated trade route logic, maritime presence mechanics. I didn't even notice maritime had been up. Oh, maritime now applies to trade a little bit. And new trade orders features urban rights, the metropolis location rank. Hopefully some tweaks to reflect more historically accurate economic setups. Okay. Orthodoxy rework. Patriarchates are now characters with rework laws and tenant system and a religious influence, fully replacing right power. Deeper politics and diplomacy overhauls to the HRE, which is kind of what we wanted to touch on with our HRE portion of the vote. UI rework imperial armories, new papal authority system, AI country personalities distribution. Notice that I mean, I do think that this is a big nice. And we noticed our coalition against us from the Italians was kind of neat. Castile going for us because we took Catalonia was neat. That makes a lot of sense. So far, liking what we're seeing from that stuff. Improved military system. Logistics really matters. Having enough food matters. The heavy light troop split with distinct upgrade paths. This kind of is a whatever thing. And then a bunch of bug fixes. And I think that that's kind of the main teeth of what's going on. I think that the trade orders, yeah, urban rights is a new feature. Megalopolis is new. Pops now grow organically. But they also have less promotions, so this is going to make locations feel like they have more momentum instead of you could just spring them up out of nothing. Some of these we already covered, or basically all of these we've already covered. So, like, one of the... yeah. Almost all of this was mentioned in the summary, and then DLC is specifically really oriented around bureaucracy, the Byzantines, I guess bureaucracies are locked behind there. Hellenism, or expanded Hellenism, religion, and... yeah. Okay, we won't read through after this, but just kind of skimming through here. But those are really long patch notes, which is preferable to, like, undercooking the patch notes. Just want to dip since I remembered I haven't watched one of your streams in the last year. Anyways, bye. See you later, man. Patch codex, more like. I think hard is fine if you're getting sufficient reward for it. That's kind of how I feel about it. And the, like... Byzantines also gets to form Rome with 75 locations, and Rome is just, like, a really, really strong tag. And that's also, like, one of the things I kind of feel like this is a little bit overtuned about. Because they don't have to they don't have to jump through all the hoops to form Rome. I know form Rome is in here. Oh, can we just type Rome? No, I guess not. But let's see who's winning. New HRE start is currently winning. Apparently internal patch notes is 72 pages long in a Google Doc. I think this is still not their entire patch notes. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what system they have for deciding what makes the patch notes. That seems like something you do when it's as you're updating the game, and if you try and do it at the end, it's probably rough. What do you think are the main changes to the economic meta? I haven't been able to really sink my teeth into too deep. The trade rework. But the fact that trade rework is affecting how difficult it is to move goods is a pretty big deal. Pops now demand stuff like glass. And so consumption profiles are a bit different. The stuff you give out to cities makes a big difference. Because some of that is like turbocharged. He hasn't done much due to be on... Yeah, because I don't like that they made the releases one week after another, because I had to make Victoria videos, and I still have a Victoria video made that I still haven't released yet. And then, like, literal next week is EU5. But it looks like people want to do HRE. So, we haven't done Brandenburg yet. Hey, Sig, how's it going? We haven't done Brandenburg yet. How many Twitch viewers do we have at this point? Should we let them in on the democracy? Yeah, we got some Twitch viewers. Alright. Brandenburg for the pain train. So... let's see. Brandenburg. We could do Austria. I think in general, playing in... like, I think Bohemia scales poorly. To be fair, like, from a trade perspective, having your capital in, like, the northern portion is a little bit bad. Because then, like, being in the south, you're closer to the Med. Who else might be interesting? We know some people have gotten new content from the... Please type in formable? No. We cannot. I know there's new formables out and about in the Balkans, I just don't know who they are. Playing anyone who's Orthodox would also be interesting. But we voted for HRE. We just did Netherlands, so kind of want to exclude that. Saxony has monthly dev. And I think they conform other countries where they're a low tier, country tier. So Saxony, like, actually, there's maybe some, like, min-maxy starts around maximizing dev that involves starting out as Saxony. Switzerland has a new IO? Alright, let's include Switzerland. Who in Switzerland would we play? Basel? I don't know who has the most content out of Switzerland. I guess we would just pick one. Or we'll put Swiss down. And then we can do one more option, because YouTube only lets you do polls with 4 options, because they hate numbers bigger than 4. Never done Bavaria. Haven't even looked into it. I think maybe we just ship it with these 3 options. And then we give Twitch a vote as well. Who play? Although Twitch has to be fast about it because their polls don't last very long. And then we'll do the other order for them. Is the economy still turbocharged? Kinda, yeah. As, after 50 years, well, after 50 years and a start that's supposed to be really difficult as the Byzantines, we were making 70 ducats a month. It felt a little turbocharged, and that's like without, that's with like the first 20 years or 30 years not being able to build anything. So, I think that, yeah. Time to feel the burn. Burn, okay, okay. Okay. Mr. Ilyani. Ilyani? You have to follow. YouTube can only count to 4. Big true. No mains. Where you have Jeff Bezos since 1700. What do you mean? Where's Burn? We could play Burn. It's nice that we started out as a republic. I feel like one of these guys should have more content than the others. Like, who is historically the contiguous, like, Swiss boyo? I don't know the answer. Play Hitler people in the north? Bro, Hitler's Austrian. What do you mean? Any major issues on release? Not as far as I know. A smooth release as far as I can tell. Which doesn't mean that there's necessarily no issues, just I didn't encounter any. I think that we maybe have more teeth as something... Oh, well, overwhelmingly people are voting for Swiss. Even the Twitch viewers. What do you think about de jure lands as a mechanic? Having automatic claims on your de jure lands in CK? I feel like formables are underwhelming best as is. I think that them being underwhelming is, like, by design. Like, I think that they don't want the formables to feel super OP from a design perspective and be a little bit more muted. But then you have formables like Rome where you're like, wowza, I'm gonna make a mess of my trouser. And, yeah. Well, Basel gets this. And apparently all the other stuff, but then we're a theocracy. But being a theocracy is maybe not bad. We can maybe just use game rule and flip Hellenism. Probably don't want to do that. So I guess it's between Basel and Bern. Big issue with release multiplayer between premium and non-premium does not work. That is a big issue, and not the one I would be likely to like encounter in the wild. The thing is for us, I feel like we might do a lot of waiting around as Switzerland. That maybe that's not as good for a stream. I guess we'll figure out. Hellenism's the new Sunni. Hellenism's probably the strongest religion in the game, yeah. Sunni wasn't even the strongest religion in the game, though. Alright, well, let's poke around at Burn and see what we got. Okay, so we're already off the bat, Swiss representative. Okay. So we have these Swiss Confederation. Changes to the leader type to country. You could just vote to be leader? Okay. We maybe wait to see how that shakes out. Use our rivalry slot to get some stuff done. Alright, so we do start off with a town. Let's take a look at some of this territory. Not the best. Eyeballing that silver. There's gold down there. Neither are part of Switzerland. What about the silver over to the right? You just go feral for these resources. Yeah, all the premiums are just outside the Swiss borders. Okay. Now, oh, we start off with Farmlands Hills. So this actually might be a good location for the capital. Capital being in the hills also has an effect. Oh, I forget where it is in the UI. The fact that we have the capital in the hills gives us 20% hills proximity impact. Now, we don't get any bonuses other than that. Are mercenaries good, or is it better to do regulars now? I'm not sure exactly the numbers on how much mercs were nerfed, but I'm pretty sure mercs are still good. I've been playing with Biz that gets like plus 50% merc cost, and even then, like, there was a time where we merked up without the merc tax and it didn't feel awful. It was just really expensive. How do you get Hellenism? You have to get all the sites, and then also have a lot of Romanoi or Latinitas. Control Z, map binding isn't working. I left some feedback about this. There's just a... Here. Where is it? Map mode slot numbers. These are assigned a bunch of control button. If you just unassign all of these and then save the map settings, then your old settings will work. Yeah. So much hills. Yeah, I think this is perfect. I think this works for us. Now, we're losing money, but that's probably because trade is underwater at game start. Yeah. I wonder if they put a disaster in. We haven't checked this. We don't know if they have. What are we maintaining? Marketplaces and temples? Yeah, that's fine. I guess it's gonna be a little bit more of a chill stream, considering we're playing someone so small at the start here. Just thinking of Dev Province. How good or bad is it? What are values here? Wow, natively pushing centralization. You don't see that very often. Not that it's necessarily what we want. Probably want to push aristocracy. We start off with a free subject push. We haven't gone free subject in a while. Maybe we should do it just for the feels. I think the pop promotion speed is a little bit more valuable than it was before. Oh, they added fort maintenance here. And fort maintenance is still a discount modifier. I even noticed that before. There's more modifiers for overland. And the efficiency is no longer a discount, so going land shouldn't suck as much balls anymore. Thinking Zurich might be better because of the lakes. You might be right. I guess we probably push communalism. Which is like kind of what we do with everyone. Yuck. We kind of want to get commoners in cabinet. Do we not have the privy for that? That is maybe revoked. Just oh no, wait, no, partial yield's fine. Communal lands is fine. It's fine, fine. It just we don't have a serfdom trend, but we don't have serfdom to preserve. We got Magdeburg rights. Migration attraction, pop assimilation speed, trade capacity, legislative efficiency. This isn't bad, but you have limited slots. Nuremberg rights. Not the craziest. We do want to revoke that eventually. They're super powerful right now, so we're not going to be doing that yet. We also are in a spot where we maybe want to spend down all that before we lose it. But let's start by giving out market fares. And this one leads us to tax efficiency. I think these two are pretty good. Or, well, this one's actually kind of trash. Revoking's really expensive. Almost certainly want elite council, though. We could actually hand out, like, basically everything at the start that we really want. Considering we're gonna see if there's a disaster or not. Not doing a patch notes read through. I thought about it. The patch notes are really long. I don't think people want us to actually read through it. Spend like 2 hours or 3 hours reading through patch notes or something like this. The release of the Fate of Phoenix deeply saddens me as we will less Dominion 6 spreadsheet streams. This is true. There will be less of them. Do you see Scandinavian cultures get 10 flat control urban, right? Wait, what? I did not see this. Oh, my God. Why? Dog, that's so silly. Is it using their slot at least? Is that what we're talking about? Because the slot eventually is throttled by how much government power you can output. If it gets like huge negative prod efficiency or I like hate flag control just in general as a modifier. I think it just like undermines the whole like infrastructure system. Because it makes it so that I did not see this though. No. I mean, let's go through all of them. That doesn't seem like egregious. It's kind of an interesting one, actually. Because if you really wanted it, it's still better to leave it rural. Not much, though. In terms of maximum RGOs. Okay, another one with 50% max RGO size. And local tools output. I don't know, you're competing with some good stuff. Maybe it's not that big a deal, but... it allows you to, like, make low control areas, like, much better. Because you get, like, 20 from having it as core. Right? And then 5 from temple, 10 from city, so we're up to 35. And then you get 45 control with that thing without any connection to the capital. Is the patch live? Yeah. We want a 4-hour video where you slowly read every line of the patch notes. You still benefit from higher pop cap. And you get to build granaries and you get more levels of stuff. I'd watch it, says the chat. Alright. We don't start with one of these. Free Imperial City granted to us. Special status. This is kind of hot. For the country, though, extra merchant maintenance efficiency, I don't know, that probably scales really poorly. Um, 2.5% prod efficiency. What's better, chat? 2.5% prod efficiency or 10% control? There's some RGO max size stuff. Alright. Let's try and do this. Wait, that deleted our IO thing in the top. Here. We have it hotkeyed. There we go. I assume we want to improve relations with these boyos. Alright, what do we want here? Probably the Prosperity and Merchant Republic. Why can't we do Peasant Republic? What do we need? I think it's peasant power over a certain point, right? Yeah. They need 10% power. Raw materials output, 33%. It's quite a bit. They changed this. This used to be prod efficiency. 33% raw materials output. Is that crazy now? Fascinating. Did they nerf this? We have maintenance efficiency. So it's no longer a discount modifier, so that's going to be worse. But then we still have plus 50% trade capacity and 25% trade income. Yeah, I think it's probably still Merchant Republic. This one probably scales better if you're uber huge, though. Like when you're like, I am the Senate. Was that 300 maximum RGO size? I don't think so. More laws in the IO, but you get it's hidden. I think that there's yeah, you can diplomatically integrate everything. We're trying to do the first one. What were we looking at? This is probably just so much better for us early on. We're already maxed out. No. Alright. This is probably not a lot. Maybe this is worth having the dev in the capital, considering how small we are. Maybe a little themey too. Eventually this might be bad, but we can also revoke it for 10 stab, so we're gonna go with that. Because that gives us more merchant levels. And then I think we're good to go. Oh no, wait, we thought about... We can put in all the things that we want. Now. Because we're gonna let this decay anyways. And it's just gonna mutually make everyone upset and happy. We'll hold off on that because we're actually pushing communalism. We don't want the max tax. Ability controlled serfdom's actually pretty good. Right to inherit's okay. %5 tax efficiency. Some communalism. Actually, since we're at 100% satisfaction on them, we don't want to hand one out to them. Burger roads rights. Yes, please. Prod ethic, sure. Urban dev grants, yep. Treasury rights, sure. I think a late patronage is going to be good. And then, what's our trend? We're already pulling towards free subjects, which may be an issue. What do we like here? Oh, maybe it is partial yield. And we'll get our communalism trend. And commoners in the administration. And then something to make these guys not so upset. And we'll watch our crown power catapult down. Is this sortition? I think we're good. Minimalist X, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. 33% raw materials output seems wild. There's definitely not a modifier like it, yeah. Is the capital topography bonus really inverted? Decreasing proximity instead of giving a bonus? It decreases the penalty. What's the building next to the bribe button? This, we took, like, kind of a look at this. This doesn't seem like worth clicking. This, gets rid of some of the, like, or mass gets rid of some of the buildings. I think you're just supposed to run through Parliament. Well, that's another thing. Yeah, we're not going to get very much money from production. Why aren't we making money through trade? Do we keep getting zigzag between the markets? There's 17. Alright, trade income's kind of okay now. Could almost just like not tax people if they're gonna make this small amount. Probably still okay. It's probably just us building more marketplaces on cooldown. What's our price collapse look like? Unfortunately, we have to collapse prices for the entire Nuremberg market. We don't often play as someone this small, but trying to price collapse actually just doesn't make sense when you're this small relative to the size of the market, because you're paying for everyone else's collapse, so it's just going to be us spamming markets. Have you seen that 50 land reform tailored urban rights? Because I'd consider going land value just because of it. I'm not sure I have. What's it give? Litholdrus, minimalist, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Any advice for playing Sokoto? They have the flat control building, right? I think you could start as Canal if you want like the absolute like min-maxed experience. I guess we'll try going land. It, like, hasn't been good for a while, because you don't get the governors. But it could be interesting, and it's going to be a while till we care about not getting the governors, right? This also gives us foreign build costs in the trade network, though. I think between this and this. The progress towards land might be useful, but... Where's Colmar? How's the debate going? Everyone's voting for the representative. Alright. So the player just gets to control that, I guess. Have a little bit of a slow start. Talk with chat a lot. What do we think about philosophy? What do you dislike about 1.2? There's... Before release, I thought that Biz was super overtuned. It got pulled back a lot by the time release happened. I'm okay with it. I do think that there's possibly a world where if every single DLC, like, pushes the content of the person they're themed around that much, like, it's just, like, a very asymmetric level of power creep, and that would be a long-term concern. But I think that, or hope that, the treatment of Biz is not like a prototype of what it is going forward, and then that instead is kind of like lip service to the fact that the community writ large likes Biz runs and they like Biz to feel good, and everyone's like first run is Biz. So maybe Biz shouldn't be hard, this type of thing. Also, maybe I just like have a very warped perspective of what's hard in the game. As I'm like, have like 2,500 hours or something. I haven't checked how many hours I have recently. It's probably somewhere in that ballpark, though. What succession law do we have? It's kind of an okay one. We did lose out on crown power. What's our control over here? Don't really matter, there's nothing here. We're just a town. We're a dropshipper masquerading as a country, as we say. Like, most of our income is going to come from trade, and we're just going to keep clicking this, increase this building. Doesn't seem like there is a disaster as well for this. Should have invited a bunch of characters, though. That was my bad. I think we do like the diplomats. And we'll take that. Oh, I got a super left parliament when we roll getting an extra town. That's gonna feel good. 41, no! Not a whole lot we can do about this masonry and glass thing, or not a lot that we should do, especially at the edge of the market. The edge of the market, we're gonna have shit output anyway. Like, 47% market, yeah. Our buildings are less than half as good as, like, a lot of starts where you start out with the thing in the middle, so. Switzerland, #1 naval power. What happened to the Biz run? People voted to start a new run in the HRE. Wasn't that exactly what happened to EU4 DLC, especially towards the end? Asymmetric power creep galore. I think it's unrealistic to believe Biz would be an exception. That is my hope. I think if there was going to be a country that is an exception, it would be that. But yeah, that is also my concern. Looks like our promotions are keeping up here in the capital. I don't think we want to, like, fight anyone. with our no army, no friends. This I think we could accept this. Alright, and then here's this. And the rolls we get in here are going to be big. Yeah, 4 trade capacity would be strong for us. Artisan Guilds is actually one of the more overtuned of these, just prod efficiency for days, but doesn't quite make sense. Yeah, I think we just want this and we actually want to pass it. Call an ambulance. We don't have a follow-up there. I think we're fine with Central Council. Virtues of the Politia is normally what we go with. Not a priority, though. Traditional law is going to be better, not a priority. Favor the wealthy is what we want anyways. I think we want trade range here. Or mandatory impressment if we want to go back to serfdom. I think we want trade range. The thing is, this is probably one where you're supposed to be an uber nit and save and reload and figure out if you can range different markets and stuff, and we're just not going to do that. We're just going to assume that trade range is going to be like kind of consistently pretty good. Wow, are all of our laws just kind of what we want? We start with civil society. Absolutely incredible. We start out with all the laws we want. Can we push capital economy? We're already pushing capital economy. This is new. I think we actually want this. Most profitable first lets us push cap economy a little bit more. Wait, what? Oh wait, yeah. But I think we actually want this. Sick, dude. Now our libraries will actually get used. And we are progressing towards serfdom now. So I think we do want to click towards serfdom. We're going to click these ones first. I think additional taxes doesn't really do shit for us. I think we're too weak right now to try this. Oh, that's Milan. Sorry. My bad, dog. Didn't mean it. Yeah, I don't think this is a CB one. Wow. I mean, I guess we have all those things that we said were not a priority. And requesting additional taxes. We're gonna really change civil law to traditional law at our opener. That is the weirdest first parliament I've ever done. I've never played as a Republic on the penalties legit negligible. Yeah, it's just minus stab investment cost, but you don't want to put money in stab anyway. Maritime law of landlocked country. You gotta have the laws. You gotta have the rules. I hate needing to micromanage my buildings after the plague to keep the library fully employed. Yeah, now you don't need to. I used to hate micromanaging buildings. Now I don't. Yeah, we're swimming in some kind of soup though. Wait, what did we do? No, that's not what we meant to do. We meant to just increase the marketplace and do nothing else. Nothing. For forever, basically. Wet shoes are bad for your health. Wet socks are like the worst. Is your music off, or are you planning on playing any? It's on, it's on. How could you even prioritize pops to employee libraries? By not overexpanding. Why are we paying for this? Or we're not paying for that. Just kidding. I mean, we're purchasing food right now, actually. Not a lot, but you gotta work with what you got. We kind of didn't want to. God, these guys suck ass. We really should have just brought a bunch of courtiers. That was a mistake. God, we have like no money. It is nice that the wealth level of our country is not really increasing. I still think, in general, this one's better, but wow. I didn't even notice. I wonder if the all modifiers kind of got that treatment. I'm still thinking we want proximity and maybe we don't want this. War score is now an efficiency modifier. Love to see it. This is like the game going in the direction. Like, these are subtle things, but that's like the type of stuff I'm really happy about. But 9 diplomats is really good. Maybe we go this. Market attractions, like, low-key kind of just like a negative modifier. Yeah, let's go Diplo focus. We normally don't do Diplo focus. I don't think it's necessarily better, but yeah, that's perfect. Lose 10 Republican tradition. You love to see it. Oh wait, why do we have an insurgency? Oh, will we die to this? Holy shit, I'm not paying attention. I'm asleep at the wheel. a new guy in charge of that. Asleep at the wheel. Alright. Oh, they didn't buff these modifiers, and they turned them into efficiency modifiers, so this got a lot worse. Let's go this one. And the fact that they're now at 68% should break the rev. Yeah. Just so you know, that makes your runs 10% better if you do that. Are you restricted to one location or one province? Kind of. Not taking admin, bad lad, mad lad, basically. We got HRE shit to do. This is a very slow and developing start. We should talk about philosophy. Nisha lived most of his life in Switzerland. Nice to catch you live. Hello, hello. Got yourself 20k Snapquake by 5k as biz. Never take a battle with low morale. Nope, don't do that. Wait, why is Vic 3 music? Wait, is this Vic 3 music? This isn't Vic 3 music, is it? Do you have a favorite loading screen? I do like philosophy. Tell me about chairs, journalists. We talked about necessary and sufficient conditions. Oh no, not our cabinet member being a piece of shit. You're around for 2 minutes and you're already fickle. Ah, well that checks out actually. What is a chair? It's Vic 2 music? Why is it in here? It does sound like it. So the chair, the what is a chair thing, is that, I firmly believe that one cannot define chair. But it takes a while to unpack, but I guess we might have a while. And any attempt to do so using like necessary and sufficient conditions so that you purely divide things into chair or not chair categories is always met with issues. And this is a thought experiment that's meant to illustrate the issue with attempts to define stuff in clear, like, delineated ways. Possible nobles are kind of good. Normally we beeline the proximity, but we can't do that, eh? Wasn't this 5% army morale? Did they buff that? That seemed crazy. Honestly, thinking of going for the max literacy for burgers first. Let's go for this. See if we can make some moves. A horse is a chair. It has 4 legs, and you sit on it. A horse is indeed a chair by some definitions. What do you think about the change with marketplaces? They don't assimilate anybody. This is an old change, right? Your burgers don't get assimilated unless they speak. The primary language of the market is your language. So if the primary language of the market is, I think we might even hotkeyed this. Yeah, so if the market language, here it's Gallo-Italic, so you can only assimilate burgers to other Gallo-Italic. I respect that the DLC come out and you're playing Burn. Well, we played Biz and playing Biz. Would it be worth a track migration to your capital? A lot of the AI like closes migration, but maybe. You might be onto something. Also, migration is just kind of really slow. I generally don't think it's like... You might be onto something. We're getting 200 pops. It's like 1%, so we're getting like 0.6%. I think we unbound specifically the migration map mode. I forget where it is. Because we don't use it. We normally use the population map mode. Yeah, this is probably okay, considering our size and our scope and the fact, like, migrating stuff from yourself to yourself is a bit of a thing. So basically the whole featherless chicken argument, well, so the thing is like, Diogenes is just a massive troll, and that's like more about Diogenes being like a, well, actually it's kind of like it, yeah. Magrita19, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Diogenes was like, you actually can't know shit, idiot, and then like, and he was right. It's like featherless biped, but also like Plato was like the only guy out there trying to do something about something. What do you think about the place of materialism in our contemporary postmodern philosophy? I think it like there's like a Nietzsche quote. There's 2 Nietzsche quotes. There's the popular one. One should take care when fighting monsters, lest one become a monster. And as you gaze long into the abyss gazes back into you. That's one of the Nietzsche quotes. Which, you know... And there's another quote about monsters, is that he who fights monsters has... It's paraphrasing this one, because I'm not sure exactly how it goes. He who fights monsters has an interest in seeing that the monsters are preserved. That the monsters are maintained. Because... if you make your identity out of fighting monsters and you slay all the monsters, then who are you? And a lot of materialists, like, kind of theories are a response to, like, Cartesian dualism, right? But I think that they tend to obliquely miss the mark. Because, they're so concerned with their opposition to this other thing that they try and portray the world in an overly simplified objectivist paradigm where everything can be fit perfectly into boxes in a way that it can. Or their underlying metaphysics, I think are just tend to have problems. Do you lose advances you researched as other formables, other government types? No. Well, you lose the government type of advances, but if you switch back to the government, you get them back. Yeah. Surely a chair is a piece of furniture made with the intended function of seating one person. So here's the problem. I do not know the guy who made that. I cannot discern whether or not that is a chair without knowing the guy and knowing his intent. I can try and infer his intent, but I could be wrong. But also, are you familiar with Marcel? And I know what you're saying. Marcel? What's he selling? And what he's selling is piss. Marcel Duchamp made an art piece that was one of the really early subversive art pieces. And what it was a urinal. And he just, like, he took a urinal, he took it to an art show, and he's like, behold, idiots, this is art. Right? And here's the thing. If someone made a sculpture of a chair, that would be a chair in every other respect other than its purpose is not to be sat in, but instead a piece of art, is that no longer a chair? By your definition, that would not be a chair. And Marcel Duchamp's urinal would not be a urinal. It was upside down, to be fair. Mine is featherless plus biped, yeah. Man enjoyed poking holes in people's logic and then dipping when flipping them the bird. Yeah, he was kind of like, y'all take yourself too seriously and think you're smarter than you are. He's like, y'all need to come off of it. Is there a way for us to get more trade advantage within the market? It's probably one of the issues for us. Because our trades, like, go last, yeah. So it's actually hard for their margins to be fat. There is a way. We could save up for our own market. Maybe this is the way. $142. We're going to be talking about chairs for a while. So if a girl sits on my face, does that make me a chair, since furniture isn't well defined? Yeah, so you're kicking the can down the road here with the furniture. Because what is furniture, exactly? If I say the intended purpose of my face is to be sat upon, then it certainly fills the intention clause, right? Let's get it started. Let's get it started. I mean, we probably actually just want the market maintenance efficiency. That's crazy. Wait, 20% peasant to state set? For years? Some of these new ones are like... they do be tuned. I think it's still... Also massive monthly control. I don't know what to make of those modifiers. I guess maybe it's artisan guilds. And kind of us just making sure we get the stab. I guess the increased additional taxes. I don't think I think we just chill from here. Lots of talks monsters. Was Nietzsche a furry? Why won't academia address this? Nietzsche, low-key, kind of would have been the type to be a furry. Relational constructionism, that I don't have an opinion on. I don't know what that is. I wonder what the limits of abstract thinking were before the invention of language. I mean, there might have been, like, proto-language. I don't know. Well, like, the parts of the brain that are dependent on language, like, would have developed before language, right? If your face was manufactured for a sitting, then yes. Well, I mean, look, if I have a skincare routine, and the intent of that skincare routine is to, in fact, get my face sat on, then, you know, I would say my face is manufactured for sitting. If you're a streamer of EU5, then what are you without EU5? Yeah. Except for this one, I don't think I'm fighting EU5. But for stream runs, if the goal of the run is to beat XYZ monster, the run ends when you beat it. By the way, since you're a professionally trained philosopher, I'm certainly trained by professionals, but I don't know if I'd call myself a professional philosopher. Do we have the ability to close the cities? What do we have to do for this? Let's pump the brakes, because this might actually be something we're interested in. Normally you can't really do it. We're not going to know the requirements until it's here on our doorstep. Alright, fair. See that urinal at an art gallery, Tate? Does it have to be? What about suspiciously looking chair-looking rock formation? I think that if you make a... I think that, like, a sculpture of a chair has to be a chair, even though its intention is not to be sat on it, yeah. It changed aristocracy and plutocracy. Which would you say is better? Let's actually double check. You get nobles growth, but that's kind of whatever. And expected cost court modifiers are just generally a lot bigger now, but they're applying multiplicatively. Oh, they brought back the burgers, but only... I mean, we might go plutocracy now instead of not. I didn't even see that they brought back the burgers. The thing is this is like 1/10 the consumption that it was before, and it's like it's not remotely close to the nobles' consumption. But you also have, in addition to, your trade efficiency modifier was nerfed because now it's only selling efficiency, so only exports. But the trade billing level... I mean, I think you max out these things, so actually, I think plutocracy is good now. So true, bestie. Let's see about getting more plutocracy trend then. Parliament buffs make colonial nations rough. Yeah. Give burgers monthly dev. Monthly dev is insane. They already kind of get it from their literacy rate. As Switzerland, would moving your capital and mountain province be worth it to get the reduction in proximity? I don't think so. I think what you do is you just have, like... I think that's, like, too cute. I think hills is much better. And you just, like, you get the bonus for hills. The reduction on the mountains is better, but I think that you can't reduce mountains enough that you're like, oh, I pushed through the mountains. You have a governor on either side of the mountain, type of thing. Painting of a chair is not a chair, ergo a sculpture of a chair is not a chair. I'm not sure I agree. Because now... I'm not sure I agree, because you're trying to do the original, like, intention of the thing constructed, and, if I take something that is a chair, like this, and then I submit it as an art piece, it suddenly becomes not a chair because of something I did to it. The point of the chair thing is not to find a correct, satisfying definition. The point of strict categorization is endless and kind of pointless exercise. Yeah, this is the thought experiment. We also get a ton of trade capacity for having the trade capital, so... You could sculpt a football out of concrete, but if you kick it, your foot breaks. Sun Tzu, big true. Is there a way to spawn Hellenism without being Byzantine? Not as far as I know. We get this sassy boy himself. The fact that you can roll traits is kind of nice, but we don't want to give percentage modifiers to the nobles and the burghers, I don't think. Wait, we have lottery? What? Okay. We had one job and it was doing the Swiss minigame and we, like, didn't do it. Okay, we want more plutocracy trend. If possible. Mildly tempted to just actually go the free subject stuff. I guess we don't pay for this anymore. God, we just don't get a lot through taxes. I don't even know how worth that is. Forcing Biz to spawn Hellenism, then stealing it a good play pattern. I don't know if you can force them to spawn it. I think actually saving it might be worth. I think it's like never worth normally. Distilling multifaceted concepts into one defining feature is a disservice to complex thoughts. Yes, that's kind of, yeah, that's kind of the point of the thought experiment. Do we want that though? We changed our mind. Improve relations with like France or something instead. Average EU5 would be like, fuck you, lose 30 stat. Womp womp. It does kind of break when questions like how sweet can bread be to be considered bread by Irish tax law feels like it needs an objective universal answer. Oh, I mean, there's definitely like a practical way, like you could definitely like handle things practically, but to say definitively like this is a chair and it could never be anything other than a chair, like type of you know what I mean? Ooh, what's this actually? Well, looks like we can't really do anything about it. Let's just vote yes. Art is completely subjective and anything can be categorized as art. I don't know if I like anything. Like, I agree with the sentiment, but anything is strong. Yeah, migration is probably just actually the truth. considering we want more pops, and as a percentage, like, this actually gives us a lot of pops. Is Hellenism even good after the nerfs? No max control, some lottery bonuses? I mean, the best military bonus in the game, by far, like, is the Hellenism Athena, like, 40% frontage. It also means that nothing is definitively art, yeah. I don't know, like, art's like one of those things where, like, I think that someone could say something's art and they're just wrong. But also, like, art doesn't have much, like, in terms of limitations. So, like, I agree with the sentiment that, like, anything can be art, but not everything that someone says is art, is kind of the way I would think about it. Like, art is about invoking a particular type of experience in people. And to the extent that mundane objects can invoke that experience in people, and I don't even want to, like, put a label or a description on that experience. I think anything can become art. However, if something fails to invoke that experience, then it's not art. Right? So when little Timmy, your nephew, draws a picture, and he says, "Look, this is art," you say, "No, little Timmy, you're a hack. That's just a drawing." Right? And then you say, "Welcome to the real world." A thing is a thing if it's patented and manufactured. If not, it's a chair. Patented, like, seems like an odd restriction. I don't think we want plateau. No, there's just a ton of hills here. Poor little Timmy who worked so hard on that. Yeah, well, you know, life's hard as an artist. You could talk about a certain Austrian. He made paintings. What if failing to invoke that experience is an express intention of the art? Then it's subversive. Like the point of, like, Warhol's, like, Campbell's soup shit is, like, to produce a certain sort of reflective experience. And so some art, the point of the experience is to turn outward towards the art, and some art, it's to turn inward at your perception of what art is itself. So, like, Banksy, Warhol, the Duchamp stuff, like, that's, like, a more subversive version of art, where the entire point is to be, like, looking inward. So I think that there's, like, different ways to produce, like, an artistic experience, but, like, if I look at a doorknob that's the entrance to my house, it doesn't produce an experience for me or anyone else. It's not art. If I punch little Timmy, I'm practicing my martial art, basically. But it did not fail to make Timmy feel something. He certainly felt something when I told him it wasn't art. Bam! You gotta let them know when they're young. Gotta let them know. Yeah, are roads any good when we have 2 locations? Don't answer that. Oh, we're pushing plutocracy, so this is kind of appealing. Well, we just want to pass this. So we're gonna click that. Not that we want the free subjects, but I think we get the trend anyways. I mean, we could raise taxes. Okay, but we decided that we kind of want to push Let's change our mining law too. Plutocracy. We're gonna mess around with it. There we go. Contain professional armies. Come on. I still think we want to make our own market. That's what we're saving up for. What's the contents of the DLC? There's some trade rework stuff. There's a ton of Balkan content. That's the meat and potatoes of it, is content for the Balkans, specifically the most for Byzantine Empire. And some reworks to the UI of the HRE and stuff. And the way that it's operating a little bit, making it more consistent. There's also some AI stuff, where the AI is going to be a little bit... You're going to have attitudes here. You can see that this guy covets our land. This guy covets our woman. And then conquest desire has actually been tweaked, so it's not just like, oh, buy the capital, this is what we want. So like Castile actually wants to grab all this stuff, independent of buy the capital. Will it give us a breakdown of why? No, it won't. But they don't desire Portugal, so... a lot more nuance in that regard. You can see, look, they really want this English land, and so the Byzantines really want everything. The Ottomans, look, actually want to unify stuff and take stuff, so expecting to see AI behaving in a way that's a lot more interesting and kind of more lifelike as well, but don't have a large enough sample size to really confirm that. What's the plan with Free City of to burn anyways? To build a megalopolis. Do you lose the Free City if you get a second province? We have 2 locations. We start with 2. So I don't think so. But if we do, that's not the worst, because I think it scales poorly as we get more and more locations. Are the loud cars outside art? Maybe. Like, you could... try and make it into social commentary. The thing that is also confounding and difficult about it is different people have different responses to the same thing. You know? And part of the point of that is with the urinal. Like, the urinal is like art because it's been put within an art context, and part of that is just a criticism of art, that it is actually more about the context itself rather than the work itself. And like, especially with like a lot of the postmodernist like stuff that is, I don't know, let's call it like more squiggles or something. If I put that doorknob in a museum, can't it be then art? Yeah, that's the problem. If we introduce the doorknob to a different context, it could be art. We could even, like, you could put a door, and then, like, put a doorknob, like, make the door too big, or the doorknob too big, or whatever, and put it in an art installation, call it the gateway to something, and then, like, now it's social commentary / art. Oh, we were planning on trying to isolate. Yeah, we could do it. Hell yeah. So our pop should get really preserved here. I'm not paying close enough. It's a little loose here. Loosey-goosey. I think that doesn't... Is it worth it to build a pest house, even? Probably. Just nip it in the bud. We have like 30,000 pops. We have 40,000 now. Resistance is getting quite a bit higher. Wow, being uber small actually makes you pick some different options. Yeah, we're not gonna lose a lot of pops here. Minus the culture tradition. Who cares? What's the difference between population and encourage migration? Tooltip? You mean... Here we have population and migration attraction. I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, these are showing two different things. Are you talking about looking at it through population? I mean, here it'll show you migration attraction as well. But we're not losing very many guys to the plague here. Is that DLC or free update? I think that they put it into the free update. I meant 2 provinces, not 2 locations. We also have 2, oh, they are in the same province. Yeah, I don't know. You get incense? Even without the incense, the pest house still operates at half capacity. Still gives 15% disease resistance. The main point is we want to push communalism. Maybe in demography? This number is probably actually just better. Became peasants having lost social status? Lost social status, yeah, okay, fair. Some weird accounting there. We don't want the stab hit more so than the other. Oh, this kind of works for us. What's your opinion on pop growth being unrealistic? It should be mostly stable to match IRL trends, only spike with early industrialization. I think that I don't want the devs spending a ton of time to try and like thread the needle of making pop growth like perfect. Oh, thanks. Do not want to fight France. We could avoid it. I hate that it doesn't auto bring your guy off of it anymore. Or like have a pop-up that's a warning or something. Automatically breaking is also like not exactly what I want, but alright. We're pushing plutocracy now. We probably shouldn't have given out some privileges with the idea that we were wanting to push plutocracy. I thought we were going to want to push aristocracy, but we changed our mind. Probably don't actually need to, because we're just saving, not really doing anything. We'll probably do this while other things are going on. I think we actually want to save them. We like never pick that option. Why is it so laggy to have the game unpause while looking through this? RGO size isn't really useful to us. Wow, so weird. I think we're just gonna go for the... What? Okay. Pops are so fundamentally to the economic scaling though, and making and it being off makes late game feel wonky. Yeah, but also like, you want to talk about a high fidelity simulation, there should be no economic growth for like the first 200 years in Europe. GDPs like from the 14th century to like the 16th century were like almost completely stagnant. Pop growth is important here, yeah. In Vic 3, some of the devs really care about pop growth. But the question is like, is something worth the devs' focus? Is like a different question than is it like represented correctly? And like fundamentally, like whether the number's bigger or smaller, you're gonna grow pops either way. And also, how useful an individual pop is, like whether or not that's being simulated accurately, is probably not the it's all an abstraction. And so like needing to hit the nail on the head and get it perfect, like because pops should also change how useful they are. There should maybe be like in EU5, so like in EU5 there's also no workforce ratio, right? So like a real like high fidelity simulation would include something like that like Vic 3 does, where like your like population demographics, when like you lose all the adult males, like maybe that's like causes some issues, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? One day we will be able to make our own market. You know what's actually kind of annoying is us adding a bunch of markets makes it more expensive because it actually increases our market access. Gonna need to like wait like 70 months. Yeah, this is really just like waiting time. I mean, maybe we're supposed to set up a war? There's almost certainly like an accelerated start where we get a war early on. But now I don't think we can do it. Can we do anything with this? No. We're also not the leader of it right now. What are those two toll castles for? We didn't build them ourselves. We're fine just kind of pushing slowly towards that. Have you played the late game with this patch? I have not. I didn't get to play very much of this patch, as much as I would have liked, because it was like right on the heels of like the Vic 3 stuff. So like last week I streamed like 20 hours and like also worked on Vic 3 videos. So like I didn't get to play as much of this as I would have liked. Trade insurance. Scheme. Oh, that's what we're talking about. Trade range lose over land minus 60%. Isn't this supposed to be an efficiency modifier now? This might just be poor localization. Yeah, the one we would really want to roll is the one that would urbanize our one rural location. We'll just click once past this. There have been many leagues, mutual cooperation in the HRE, the Hanseatic League, etc., etc. The Free Imperial City. I feel like this is supposed to impose some sort of limitation on us, but I don't see any, so this just seems like upside. Insta-subjugating neighbors for diplo payments? Maybe that's something we can go for. The toll castles in the tree. This is just a German thing. I'm not sure they're worth researching, but the mountain toll castle... one of the things that they're giving you is potential burgers, and you can build them in rural locations. So it's maybe better than the market village for that purpose, because you're going to get more consumption, and it doesn't create kind of nasty production. And same with these. We maybe go for the mountain toll castle at some point. It's probably better than spamming market village. Very tempting to make it, but it's 50 ducats, so we will wait to make our own market. Does the auto-expand mod work? Yes, but it bricks this. Like, you can't use this in conjunction with it. Like, the button doesn't appear. Because it affects the UI. We are pulling ahead on dev. Imperial city state rights, Bernese government, prosperity. That's interesting. We actually can't trade with that much. Why can't we trade with Tunis if we're in this market? Or we can trade with them with the new patch, but it's not within range, so it's a premium. Alright. Auto-expand fork, you're working on it? Yeah, it might be updated soon then. I assumed it. I didn't check. I just knew. I knew it didn't work before release, which obviously you can't fix it before release, right? Even good. Oh my god, we're not like making any money. Holy. So the stimulating effect you get for paying for buildings. This is another like weird sort of situation. The stimulating effect you get from paying for buildings is worth less, like a lot less if you're in a big ass market. Our trade centers are actually underwater. Does this improve our balance? It does. God, that's so insipid. Yeah. Our trade advantage is too low. We're just too low in the queue. We were making money, but then other people, like, I think added. God, that sucks. That's maybe, like, sweet on the simulation side, though. Burn can't just, like, take over the market from the inside. That's maybe sweet. What's the world here? We're gonna make Burn the city on the shining hill. God, it's so stupid that it makes sense for us to close the marketplaces. I mean, no, it makes sense, but like 30 months we'll be able to... Are people enjoying this? I feel like this is a lot of waiting rather than like engaging with mechanics. Which is like maybe novel, but... I don't know, I worry about this type of thing. You have to burn the market? Yeah, we have to bring the market to burn. That way we get enough trade advantage to go like first. Because the thing is like, there's a total amount of trade capacity within this market, right? Interesting, you can see the production value breakdown. There's a total amount of trade capacity within this market. The trade capacity that is, like, not all trade capacity is equal. The trade capacity where you have the higher trade advantage is much more valuable than the, like, lower one. And we have the lower one, and it's underwater, despite us having Merchant Republic, because we're not, like, anywhere near the owner of this market, which normally we kind of are. It's a philosophy stream, don't worry. Alright. It's different from other campaigns? I would prefer seeing something else, but I'm not hating this. Alright, as long as we talk about chairs. To be fair, there's a survivorship bias in regards to that post, and that the people who are not enjoying it, just leave. Or I'm not telling them to, I'm just saying they are liable to, just leave. How are we doing on institutions? If we make the problem with making our own market is we're gonna lose progress. I guess we're kind of getting institutions either way. A decent clip. We're so close though. I'm so ready for my dopamine fix. Have you got the established pilgrimage routes parliament yet? I'm not sure. Did the update help at all? The update helped definitely a little bit. I don't know if I would call it like a comprehensive feels better for trade. It's not like Charters of Commerce where that like completely changed how things were done. Warming up to it, well, the more you think about it. I mean, it's definitely like a little bit more novel. Like, us just running over everyone as biz is, like, kind of uninteresting. Or it's, like, it's more interesting because there's, like, more stuff going on, right? Like, there's not really... The thing going on is us waiting to be able to make a market so that we can actually have an economy. which I'm pretty sure is the correct choice here, but not 100% sure because I'm not in this situation a lot. Have you looked in the new burger trade UI stuff? Have we learned anything about how they work? I have looked into it a little bit. It does seem like kind of nice, but like not. I think for the most part, you're still going to like there's more stuff you can put in trade orders. I don't think we want to at the moment. The regional market is actually pretty cool because you can see what a lot of the contiguous markets have in terms of buy and sell orders. And this is, I think, a pretty big deal. I haven't fiddled around too much with, like, verifying that there's, like, not issues with this, like, which there was before, because we play in a way that plays around the issues. Oh, Swiss mercenaries, you say? God, now I feel really stupid. We shouldn't have gone. We should have gone admin because we have Merc content. The Diplo is probably not the end of the world. It's probably fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm okay. Swear to God, I'm okay. Wasn't trade in the earlier patches at least decently profitable? Well, the thing is we're... Trade is... Oh, maybe. Geneva is making... Well, Geneva's making half a ducat. It does look nerfed, though. With whatever calculation they're doing for the maintenance, it is just making less. To be fair, we were noticing this in the biz run, but, like, also... Trade synergizes with production, right? When you engage in trade, this helps your production on like multiple fronts. The problem is we don't get any of the benefit of that synergy because we're sharing a big ass market with a bunch of people and we don't have any production. So when we add when we add or turn on these buildings, we pay the maintenance costs on these, and then we don't produce that much cloth. We have one of these, and it also has 54% market access. It's interesting that the closed markets actually give us market access, but okay. We have 54 market access, or maybe they are. We had like 45 before. We don't benefit from the increasing of prices on the cloth very much because we don't produce a lot of it. We are not in a self-contained loop with ourselves where we are exporting goods that we are producing, like the cloth, or importing goods that we need as inputs and benefiting from our production loops. None of that. We're just only trading. And then we are going last in the trades because we don't have that much trade advantage. So we're not getting the secondary benefits, and we're getting the first seat at the table with the primary benefits. Look at Milan. 12 trade capacity makes almost... Actually, you know, trade is maybe actually just super dead. Oh, this run's going to be so scuffed if that's the case. You can still restart. We ain't that far in. This is what you get for experimenting. It's simple. Vassalize them all. Delete rival cities. Profit. I can't find the urban rights button. Can you show me where it is, please? It's right here. But if you're using the auto-expand mod, it's not going to be there. I loaded a Venice run. As the month ticked, my trade profit went from 97k to 112k. Well, it might require more production to get off the ground. Or more modifiers or something like this. I'm using the mod, that's why? Yeah. The mod does indeed break it. I mean, either way, we want to make a market and at least investigate this. We're not going to, like, restart, like, right before we get the thing we've been waiting for the last like 15-20 minutes or something. My computer's been... It's actually just hot in my room. I was going to say my computer's been having heating problems this patch. I don't think it's the patch, though. Alright, time to high roll something else. Burger trade capacity, I think, is actually just, like, actively bad. I think we're into getting that. We don't need that much diplomat, actually. Moment of truth. Oh, okay. This doesn't work. Or does it? Oh, we have to do the insipid thing. I hate doing the insipid thing. It's time for the micro chat. Lend me your energy. This isn't biz. This is not biz. What's going on, chat? Big true. We should be in control of this market, though. Oh my god, we're losing money. Oh, we can't win this. There's no way. How the... The attrition, no. Coral. God, no one will give us food access. This is so crazy. Why not? Oh, we just... oh. I'm just stupid, I guess. Wow, we have no trade profit from our free trade capacity. That's wild as hell. When we are the leader of the thing. Okay, so allegedly. Okay. That's not enough to give us access. Do we need to trace it back to home? Also, still investigating trade maybe being just uber omni weak. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm fighting for my life here. Over the food. We're low rolling like all these siege things too. Dooming your eco by forming a market is hilarious. This is outright impossible. I think it might be time to reroll. I mean, we might just only be able to fight people who are contiguous with us, or we have to wait until we can get a piece of... we could hire, like, a food thing, a food cart. It's like hosting a birthday party, really. I mean, we're making progress. Progress of a kind. Okay, we should have... Kyberg stopped giving food access immediately. What the fuck is that? We spent the diplomat, you said yes. What is this? Why did you stop? You massive piece of shit. This is kind of an HRE issue to some extent. That's like not a painful issue until the patch where food matters for armies. Oh my god. This is pain. This is what hell is. A man has to shuffle his stuff back and forth, and you're laughing. You're laughing. Does this look like a joke to you? It is a joke. This is the wild and riveting EU5 content people live for, to be honest. But like, can we avoid starving our soldiers? Yes. We have ascended. Also, making the market was bad on the front of we have not anywhere near as many places to pull migration from. What did we get? Some sturdy grains in a market village. Alright. Let's go. Are we making money? No, we're not. We maybe should have kept one of those. Our 15 trade capacity is turning 1.9 ducats of profit. Our trade centers are almost certainly underwater. I guess they're not quite. Oh my god, our ruler's an embezzler? God, can't catch a break. This is what hell is. Many of you will starve, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Let's go! Yeah. This is stressed, pressed, and depressed. This one has the most red numbers. We just have exactly two provinces to like that are not the capital to prioritize. Yeah, I don't know if this is it, chat. We're still a small enough portion of the market, I don't know if trying to collapse prices makes sense. The profit on this is also quite high. And it decreases our biggest aspect of the maintenance. Do indeed need money. There we go. But now we have a landlocked market. God, this is so dirty and scuffed. Can we click a button over here at least? We cannot. Is this a rip? It kind of feels a little rippy. This feels like This feels like this is a really grindy grind. Normally I don't like to stream the uber grindy stuff because I think it's less interesting to watch. Like, if we were making a video, this entire front portion, we would have like 10 minutes of updates for, because a lot of it's just waiting for stuff to happen. But I am shocked at like how little money we're making. Me sowing versus me reaping. 2.4 ducats a month now. You say that, but now it's 1.5. Is the market getting smaller? It's probably going to be pretty small because we don't have the cards, man. The average market access is going to be incredibly high, though. Yeah, you see, they just have way more attraction than we do because our market's teeny tiny. And we can see, like, this location is pulled to the Nuremberg market because the market attraction of that market's considerably higher than ours. Does mean everywhere here has, like, incredibly high market access, but that's not necessarily, like, a good thing. But we don't own a lot of the locations. At least you have chat to keep you sane. Who says I'm sane? I don't... Not the loans. We'll never recover from this event. Holy shit. We have to take like 3 loans. My children will have to carry this debt. What is the Great Wave? Yeah, are we titled like weird? No, the title's right. I'll never financially recover from this. Look at this Zurich competing with us. So, like, the buy orders that our marketplaces are giving and the buy orders that are created by the burgers are being split with the other, like, industries in here. So playing someone... this is a thing that we, like, almost made a video for. But the effective stimulus... of like a lot of these the smaller proportion of you are of your market, the worse paying maintenance is. All your videos start so late. On top of it, your advanced knowledge makes it hard to learn the game solely from your content. Peace and love. Thank you for the kind words. Hey, in the new patch, do you think we should still be making one province vassals? No. You should be making them bigger than one province. I don't know exactly how big they are. There's a chance that OPM is okay, but you feed your OPM like 3 other OPM subjects themselves. I just don't know. I don't have a big enough sample size with experimentation to know if your vassals will eat other vassals. But when you annex them, you want them to be probably at least 4 provinces. Because the base annexation cost of 200. Feeling the burn? We are feeling the burn. This feels awful. Bird is getting super tall, though, with the migration edict. Too bad upgrading to city is like 2,000 ducats. So we're not going to be doing that. And too bad, like, it's also... we are getting like a lot of percentage pop promotions from having big pop, and then that's creating buy orders, but then other people are cashing in on our buy orders because we're a small proportion of our market. These are effects that we don't like go into too often, but god, this feels... we're a merchant republic and we're barely making anything from trade. Kind of just feels real bad. I mean, trade was super overtuned, but we're making like 0.1 ducats. And the maintenance we're paying on the trade centers is like 0.8 or 0.9. So we're netting like 0.6. It does get around increasing our wealth level for the purposes of increasing our sliders, but this is another thing: is trade is propped. The value of trade is also propped up by production, and that sounds like maybe trivial or trivially true, but it does make it so that we have to build the other side of it too to really get the full value. Although we're getting a lot of taxes per level of the cloth thing. That's probably our most lucrative venture. That's worth more than the trade centers. Yeah. Game just wants us to build more spinners guilds because we've created so much demand for it. What about trying to trade with foreign buildings and stuff? Trade offices and stuff? Problem is we won't have much trade advantage. We'll go last. We could take a look. Like in Venice, Austria, we would, who has the lowest of the top 5. For every trade capacity, he's getting 0.1 ducat return. So us spending a bit to get a building that gives us 0.1 trade capacity when we can expect 0.1, so we can expect 0.01 per building. Yes, but then they won't culture convert effectively. Should we just accept more cultures? Yeah, the metagame's going to revolve around accepting cultures more. Also, improving cultural opinion of you is more of a thing. This is a long lost art from your times of old. Before the subject meta, there was another meta where you would get favors, as many favors as possible, and use those favors to improve cultural opinion. And that meta is going to come back, because that also, the problem with the using subjects, the problem with it is that I think we might start a different run here, to be honest. I mean, I guess we're kind of getting off the ground. The problem with the subjects is that new penalty, the minus 50%. So you either have to go humanist or you need to get penalties elsewhere. Making their culture like yours will make them convert faster, and also making your culture not tolerate theirs. So, worsen our cultural opinion. Of them. Oh, what are we doing with our life? Gross. Paying for Diplo. What's it doing? I guess we're kind of ramping. We're getting online. Is Zero Tradition hurting your bottom line more in this patch? No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. There's no disaster. There should probably be a disaster if you get low, but yeah, we just don't have to pay for it. To be fair, like, a lot of countries, like, kind of in some ways don't need to pay. Like, Biz doesn't need to pay for it because they have so many flat legitimacy modifiers. Clergy charity, we could use one. That actually might be okay. We'll be able to push plutocracy more right now as we continue to integrate Basil. I mean, our pop map, our pop thing map, or our pop, what is it, graphs probably looks insane. Like, we took almost no Black Plague damage, and then we've just been growing so fast from migration. Byzantium is a nice nation to play. We could go back to the Byzantium run. People are maybe enjoying the burn run. They say they are. Is it possible early trade outside virtual republics feels dead? I wouldn't call it dead, it just feels so much worse. It's still performing a function that, like, it's not as bad as it looks. However bad it looks, it's not that bad. But us having 15 capacity and getting 2.5 profit is definitely a change. Is Bruges normally that big? What the frick happened here? Oh, Paris annexed it, or France annexed it. And I was like, that's not a normal looking Bruges. Colin, what are you doing? Where's the integrated DHE viewer? You don't have too many of them. Yeah, I think it's just us making cloth. The cloth is insanely lucrative because the trade centers are creating so much demand for it. But the thing is, we have to fight other people in the lobby. Because there's more than one person in the market, and as we fight them, they are going to push down the price and make this not lucrative. Like, it was 0.5 per level before, and now it's already down. So... well, it's not even going to be core because we have the wrong culture. Not like this. I only have 2 tabs. More for propping up the economy than actually making money off trading. Well, it does both. We're just actually, like, hoovering out the rest of Switzerland now. Because the market's small. Yeah, maybe this market's just bad. God, it feels like the just very low agency in this region. I guess on cooldown we might be able to get some stuff done with the parliament. So this was 0.4 something before, and it's continuing to go down, and the AI is just going to pressure it way down. Like, there's a point past which we wouldn't build more of it, but the AI is not going to, like, recognize that. The AI overbuilds industries into, like, just being bad. Sometimes. All these new viewers are making the old viewers in stream feel like they've wasted 2 hours by voting biz. Wait, what? Prod efficiency is good. That's not very good. Oh, maybe we're supposed to save up for the market building. That gives attraction. Oh my god. We have trade capacity idling, I'm assuming because it just can't go profitably. I mean, we're making a third of a ducat though, that's not too bad. The supply chains of Vic 3 were easy to understand, a lot more variables to consider. There's like more moving parts in EU5. I would say, yeah. I also think there's a visual bug. I don't know why all these corners are all over the map. Was that intended? That's weird. This guy built an auxiliary, smart man. I mean, we're kind of making way more money than we were earlier. I guess we're getting off the ground. Maybe I'm just sleepy. It also doesn't make sense for us to price collapse because we don't control like a high enough proportion of the locations within the market. So like a couple play patterns that are like standard just don't make sense here. But yeah, they're like Vic 3 you wouldn't have a consideration like, oh, building maintenance is actually good for you unless you're a really small portion of the market, in which case it's actually really awful. Which is like kind of what we're in. Why are you using only one government reform slot? Kind of couldn't decide which one we wanted and didn't think we would get the full benefit, and we had it between like trade office network for the trade advantage, but the trade advantage would not have let us ladder, and now it also won't let us ladder because we're already at the top. But that's something we're interested in, and agricultural cultivation, which maybe we should have just clicked in. Wait, isn't this a major reform? Why is this eligible? Not that we want it, but we also weren't making very much through taxes. It was mainly just like indecisiveness though. Maybe like Diplo Rep is actually good enough here for some type of thing as well. We can like try and do some HRE stuff somewhere down the road. I don't think we're big enough to try and like do a thing, but or if we're even eligible because we're a free city for Emperor. Let's just do that. I think maybe at the very least it's more interesting. It's kind of a bummer. This is the average control of all of our locations, but the average control of our pops is actually just way higher, I think. We also stopped spreading institutions very well. I guess we're still getting them. It's almost impossible to get a full discount upgrading towns and cities. Yeah, it's harder to get a discount, especially if anything... It's harder in general, but if anything requires 2 input goods or more, You don't want to try and get the full price collapse. It's like too not worth. Do you feel performance drop with this update? A little bit. I don't think I've gotten late enough in game, but also we've played a bit with faster Universalis in general, but we haven't with the latest patch, so there's a huge confound here. Give market access preference offer. I mean, that'll pull some Austrian locations in. Oh, that pulls all the Austrian locations. Whoa! What is this? Austria's just gonna make a market now. We've led the horse to water, now he's gonna drink. This is terrible. We've created a living golem. There's no way he doesn't make a market here, right? The market access is so bad over here. That immediately helps our economy a little bit. So it's a good call. There's also just no way he tolerates this. I wouldn't tolerate it. 24% market. The AI doesn't like that low market access. Where do I find urban city rights? If you're on the auto expand mod, the auto expand mod bricks it in the UI. It's right here. Didn't expect that. Rip Austria if he doesn't make a market. There's no way he doesn't make a market. But also, yeah, rip Austria. That's crazy. I wonder if we can get Milan in. Maybe that's... I just need to be more creative in regards to this. I mean, there's like some interesting things going on here. It's very not standard. Look, everything's changed because Austria got in terms of the profit. We have all of their consumption. We have a... Okay, we don't have bonus towards that here. I think we still just max out the Spinners Guild. And like the production doesn't do anything, but there's no way that they just like leave it like that. That's so stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Performance drop monthly patches. They can't make a market if they don't have any money because they don't have any market access. I mean, eventually they will get the money and make a market. I have a hard time imagining they don't make a market. Construction begins. Our personal favorite. That also lets us siphon off their pops. Which isn't overwhelmingly how it's going. It's more that they're pulling stuff from to Vienna. Oh. I was gonna say it's more that they're pulling stuff to Vienna. The new food mechanic for armies is so bad. I mean, they actually need it now. I don't... Why do you think it's bad? Why is it bad to you? How much money does this make? Masonry actually makes decent money in addition to, like, making stuff cheaper for us. We have prod efficiency for it. Alright. An army's just sieging your fort and starts to starve, post stacks of units behind them. They leave a siege with 100 people, will auto-wipe as a starving army of 100k. 10k. I'm not sure what you said there, or what you mean. Soldiers that don't have food don't fight very well? I think that's a WOD. Because they get low morale. I think that's intended. Hey, Telos, thank you for the Prime subscription, much appreciated. Morocco doesn't even have full control over its lands. Ugh, Tlemcen. Tlemcen actually doing okay this patch. Or this run. See if you can offer Milan. We just took a look at that. And we couldn't. But we're improving relations with Milan. Maybe when we get it higher. Or we can see what the acceptance looks like. But I think that would just be really bad for them. So maybe eventually we can get to that. But we have to wait. Naples starts off losing 10 ducats a month, even after unpause, because everyone starts off with like negative trade balances because before unpausing. Hungary doesn't have cultural acceptance. It's bad for them. Think what it could do to you. You wouldn't download a market. Alright. I think this is just the... Oh wait, this wasn't the one I was thinking of. Maybe it's just that. Not a very good parliament. Here we go. The encourage plutocracy is too far now. I think we go push serfdom. Maybe cap economy is better for us right now. Probably is. Oh, cabinet for Diplo Rep would also help, yeah. Improving relations too. Speed. Look at Hungary's integration map. Are you talking about the losing cores thing? Some of the city's rights are insane. I know. I think I don't approve of this. I'd have to think about it. Beware out there are wild markets that that pull your hard-earned profits away from you. Those industries were asking for it. Jesus. Oh, we lost our country. There it is. You know what edicts were in EU4? I'd like them in EU5. Yeah, losing cores. I think I'm okay with losing cores. Ish. Okay-ish. I mean, it makes you have to play a certain minigame that you haven't had to play before. We're kind of scaling. What are people with the vote? People want to feel the burn? Alright. Why is that so cheap? What the fuck? I mean, the prices of them do vary, that's right. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, gold is like 100 to expand, and then wheat is like... They made the value of RGOs just in general a little bit more flat. So maybe kind of okay. Enjoy the struggle bus. It's a bussin'. It's a struggling and a bumbling and a... Oh, humming. ROI on that's actually better. It's crazy how bad trade is. It's crazy this guy's staying in the thing. It's like almost free for him to make a market. This guy's talking outside my window, it's kind of annoying. So for someone who doesn't really play this game, can you briefly explain how you're building the economy? Real slow. So we have a market. Inside the market, there's going to be a variety of goods that have specific prices. To the extent those prices differ with other markets, we can profitably trade with those other markets. Right now, the trades aren't very profitable. But... the goods prices within the market, if they're high, give us opportunities to build profitable buildings. And we're kind of getting some money from trade. And so, right now we have, like, oversaturated the trade centers. Which creates a lot of demand for cloth. So then we built a lot of cloth. But now the price of cloth is falling. Or, so then we don't get that much profit from the cloth buildings anymore. So before we were getting like 0.6 from the cloth building. Now we need to diversify. Now we're only getting 0.38. And we capped the cloth building anyways. So now we have to build other industries. And we're kind of working on that. Pops demand food. This is cheaper to expand, and so we're trying to get opportunities that are efficient, but also we're going to try to pull other people into our market to increase the demand in our market, because if there's more demand for cloth, that'll be good for us. And especially people with low market access, they create all the same demand. They fill the role of creating that demand, but they don't really produce very much, because you produce only 20% of the goods, or 27% of the goods with your industries. So there's going to be like cloth building here, but its output is only 0.4 units, because it's being multiplied by the market access. And so the pops that are eating this, or the pops or the markets that are eating here are eating the same amount, so it helps us. Extra thick? You talking about me? Generalist is getting no fight? Not like this. Guy in chat said they're high-coded to keep the market when given market access preference, which is very weird. Wait, that's new for this patch. That's new for this patch if that's changed, because previously if you give someone... They prefer it, but it's never been like hard-coded. They will tolerate low market access, but this is really, really low. But as far as I know, it's not hard-coded. Unless that's changed this time. But yeah, so we want to offer people who will have poor market access preference. These guys are going to be in our market no matter what. There's no point in giving them preference other than it improves our relations with them. So we're trying to improve relations with people to try and make it so that they will do that. That makes a lot more sense to me now. Yeah. But like also it's a little bit slow going. Like we have like one city basically. We probably should have tried to get another CB from our parliament. That's probably my bad, actually. We should have taken a longer look at trying to expand with... That's my bad, chat. That last parliament, we should have tried to get CB. That would have been reasonable. Do I need to push Navy, or do they give governors land? Not as far as I know, but I haven't... investigated this. You can maybe load another save and figure it out though. Which save should we load? I guess USA is fine. Tinto just need to remove the crown power and estate BS with trade. Trade's still booty. You know what's funny is last April, like a year ago, the crown got 100% of the trade income, and like building for tax. If you built for tax, like you were trolling, like you were just like the balance was absolutely insane. Alright, so we're looking to see if there's a modifier. Also, our income's down. Here, let's actually see where our trade income goes if we just wait a month here. So this is a pre-build. It goes up. I think if you have modifiers, it's probably worse early, and then when you have modifiers it gets better or something like that. Our trade income just went up. I guess maybe let's give it 2 months. Oh, now it's down. Down like 10%. Maybe just some normal fluctuation. But I don't remember reading anything about the governor thing, so yeah, I think you still have to go naval or you're trolling. Not necessarily in multiplayer, though. Multiplayer, you don't need that many, things. Don't know if you answered this already, but what do you think about tailored urban rights government reform? No naval governors, but tons of growth? What does it give? Someone else mentioned it. I can't remember what modifiers it gives. What modifiers does it give? I mean, governors are really strong, but like they're weak if you're not blobbing as much, right? Or the tailored government rights. I guess. I don't think they're in our market, so. No. It was like just the naive little country that we could convince to join our market. Capital doesn't start in hills or mountains. Serbia is surrounded by hills and mountains. You're right. Whoops. Must suck to suck. You can just move it though. 0.2 dev for urban locations. And 25% burger growth. Surely you don't mean 0.2, you mean 0.02, right? It's not available at GameStart, right? Yeah. Surely not 0.2. Or 0.002 is what you mean. It's a lot of dev growth. And you have to go land in order to do it? That is a lot of dev growth. Alright, we gotta focus up next parliament though. Oh my god, I keep losing my country. God. Shout out to being American. Alright, yeah. If it was 0.2, slam dunk, ignore everything else, but yeah. I think I knew what you meant. Did we beeline this into this? Is local cancel? That's a new building. Yeah. I remember, I don't like flat control, just generally. I forgot about this. Such a disgustingly strong building. Have you seen the plutocratic monarchy reform? I haven't. Just make me a bigger country. And take land pie any day for some actual 0.2 dev. Yeah, sign me up for the 0.2 dev. Sign me up for 10 flat control for everyone. Like, before release, they killed all these flat control modifiers. I don't know why they're bringing them all back. Maybe I'll see about getting a mod to just actually remove this entire line of buildings. No, because then, like, runs will be just underpowered, undercooked. Feels bad, man. What do we even do about that? I guess just cry. Temples don't give control? Oh, I didn't even notice that, really. Oh, they give clerics growths? Okay, I think I'm more on board. So it's less early, less control early, and then more later. I guess I'm fine with that. So now you have 15 generic max control modifiers. So if you're playing... the problem is when you start getting to the point where you don't need connection to the capital to actually get, like, reasonable control. So if you're playing Scandinavian, you get the +10, and then you get +5 here, that's +15, and then another +10. It's +25 flat. If something's a core, it's +45. They split 2.5 between two new buildings. Oh, what's the other building? The minting office was around before. Actually, we won't research this yet because we don't have a place where we can build it where it makes sense. If we're planning on megalopsoling this Bezel... Alright, glass being lucrative and being an input is gonna be... Let's do it. Sorry. +10 for cities, so you end up with +55. Yeah, so yeah. Thank you. You're right. Oh, but another +10 for Megalopolis. We'll call it +10 for cities, but yeah, you could just get 55 flat control. I mean, I guess it's late in the game, but like, I don't know. They like, they make blobbing easier and reward blobbing more. And like governors are hella fun, but like they're like, they make it so that owning a ton of land is real good in a way that I don't think I like from a design perspective. Like, it's not like the feature's, like, bad, I just don't like it. Like, this is a taste type of thing. But it seems like, generally speaking, the game seems moving in the direction of more towards, like, EU4 than the, like, original Tinto stuff, which is not a direction I like, but it's probably a good direction for the health of the game. Because the player base is, I think, when there's a disagreement about being more EU4-like or more, like, kind of Tinto-like or whatever, I think the wider player base, like, would prefer it to be more like EU4, and I just, like, I stopped playing EU4. Because it felt like Poland having a horde bonus and, like, this type of stuff, like, just didn't do it for me, really. Like, at a certain point, like, if you're departing from the simulation to some extent, I'd rather just play with, like, elves and dwarves and shit like that. Thank you for the blessing, much appreciated. Only the capital can be Megalopolis? Yeah, but if you keep moving around your capital, you can make more than one, but... Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, it's looking more like EU4. And, like, the power creep of the Byzantine... Ooh, look at the Byzantine Empire crushing the Ottomans. The power creep of the Byzantines, just in general... Well, actually, this is our opportunity to see... This is the first time we're seeing an AI biz. I think that there's some power creep on Biz, right? And if it's gonna be like that every single patch, I mean, I guess eventually, like, all the countries get balanced, but, like, that's, like, some whiplash. Well, Rick, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I guess power creep is also, like, good for selling stuff, though, because people get the dopamine, they're like, wow, I'm doing so good, like, when something's really overtuned. I think it's, like, good for selling stuff, but, like, I think it's, like, it undermines, like, I don't know, it undermines the game in an aspect that they just probably shouldn't give a shit about, which is, like, for the person who has, like, over 2,000 hours. Like, I'm a class of player they just probably shouldn't care about, just generally. See, if AI biz is strong, that could be an issue. I mean, like, we could screenshot this even, but... Let's drop in, say hi. I mean, the thing is, they're probably never gonna revoke this shit. They can, though. So they just make them stupid to not do it. But... like, what are they not gonna take their cores back this war? Like... surely we see, like, something like this from them, right? I've gotten to this argument with other content creators, though. Like, where they're like, bro, the, like, weekend people just want to have their fun. And I'm like, okay. I think that Paradox games just, like, aren't made for people who play for 3 hours on the weekend, and I'm not trying to be, like, an elitist about it. I think this is, like, actually on brand. Like, they've come out publicly and said that we make games that are hard to play. Like, this is part of the brand. The fact that the game has a really extended learning curve is, like, a feature, I think, to some extent, for these games. But, like, no, so, like, if I have an issue with the DLC, it's, like, more, like, the design perspective of, like, moving more towards, like, less from caring about systems and simulation and more just, like, content in big numbers and like EU4 like board gamey fun stuff. Hey, thank you for the 50 knock. Didn't know as we're really woke person with the Bernie Sanders reference. Do love Byzantium though. I'm definitely liberal. I don't know if I would be described as woke. I like Bernie Sanders, but mainly because I think money should be out of politics. More so than, like, all the other progressive policies. So they slowed the early game eco. I guess I'm just gonna blob now until they make some changes. Check the reforms. Oh, on Biz. They haven't really changed them. I think they got the updated version of this. Even overpowered so lame, it gets boring quick. Yeah. I think this DLC is really fun if you want to do, like, one Biz campaign. And, like, just, like, feel the wind on your face as you, like, go burr. I also really was enjoying my Biz campaign, and almost certainly going to continue it, like the video one. But it's not whether or not the game's played, it's whether the mechanics are fun to play with. I feel a lot of modifier stacking, min-maxing, and guiding your country is not guiding your country in a certain way. Well, it's like modifiers. I prefer systems to modifiers, and so we did get like a new system. Oh, we need to change the game rule. Oh. I hate that that doesn't take you... I hate that that takes you back to the main menu. I wish that that didn't. We have a save, so it doesn't matter. But... I was gonna say, it introduces bureaucracy. Which is a system. And I like bureaucracy. We also got the city rights. So we have a few levers and this type of stuff, but also you just have like bananas modifiers and a lot of content. I like a lot of the historical stuff. Like, this is a system. I'm European and I like Bernie. Yeah. I mean, I dislike corruption. I think the number of politicians that I'm really confident that they're not like beholden to big like corporate interests is very low, and Bernie's among them. Like, I was also kind of a fan of Ron Paul, because I thought Ron Paul had integrity. His son to like a very mild extent, but I think the apple kind of fell a little far from the tree on that one. I don't disagree with, or sorry, I disagree with Ron Paul's politics though in a lot of spots. I think he's like an oversimplified type of libertarian, but yeah, I don't know. The biz is cruising, the AI biz. So, feels a little overtuned. Or maybe not. Maybe we just have Biz just be strong every game, and they, like, replace the Ottomans, and, like, we're okay with that. But that to me, seems like much more like EU4 board gaming type of feel than, like, Simulishty. I like Ron Paul, went to his rally at Berkeley. Yeah, I'm Norwegian and American is mostly a joke. Gotcha. You never know with the text format, like the little like nuance of the joke can sometimes get I get accused of being woke by people who are conservative and get accused of being... I guess I don't often field, like, people who are liberal coming at me, but occasionally they do, because, like, I'm, like, not on board with, like, a lot of progressive policies. Like, I'm not that far from, like, what would have been, like, well, I'm kind of far from, like, what would have been conservative in, like, the early 2000s, but only because, like, I believe in regulation and externalities and stuff. And that trickle-down economics doesn't work. But, like, yeah. I think there has to be a reward for a player navigating shitty disaster. Modifiers are probably lazy, but a very feel-good way to do it. I think that this is kind of true to some extent. Hey, look! They pieced it out. Are other people's AI biz, like, looking like this? This is my first run playing biz. I don't think Bernie's radical or woke. He just says common sense. He just says stuff that's common sense. Yeah, I mean, Bernie's anti-corruption. I really like him for that. I'm not as, like, dedicated to a lot of, like, the progressive, like, programs he's interested in. Although I do think, like, to the extent that I'm a fan of, like, Medicare for All, which I am, it has less to do with, like, everyone deserves Medicare as, like, a basic fundamental human right, and more to do with, I think that, insurance companies have negative, they have perverse incentives to just, like, not pay people out, and those, those perverse incentives, I think, lead to market failures. Like, fundamentally, I think that, generally speaking, when you have stuff run by the government, it is less efficient. But if there are perverse incentives, or various other kinds of, like, market externalities, then it's not necessarily less efficient. And my perspective is that people in the US, with their current system, pay way more than all these people with, like, Medicare for All do for, a quality of service that has us having lower life expectancy. And that seems to indicate to me that our system is not very efficient. And, like, there's some things that government should just do, because the government could do it much better. Yeah. Gerrymandering wave is insane. Yeah, and that is, like, absolutely turbo insane in politics. I don't know how I feel about this, like, Byzantine thing. Played Portugal until the 60s. Ottomans took Constantinople and dominated Byzantium in general. Might just be a coin toss. That's fair. Norwegians come across as mildly autistic in American culture, so I'm disabled due to Norwegian culture. So a lot of stuff just gets lost in translation. My first run in Serbia and I ate biz. No, yeah, but we can't count that. You have to have not thumbed Biz's pie for this comparison. Now that's some border gore. Biz certainly made some choices here. They mostly took back their cores and then took all this stuff in the north. The stuff in the north, they might just think that they could get better proximity to. I don't know. We keep checking conquest desires, and maybe we should have this hotkeyed, but we don't. Conquest. They have high conquest desire for stuff, though. So do Ottomans. I mean, I guess they just will duke it out, and the winner will be the winner. You play Crusader Kings 3? Not really, because... I could play more Crusader Kings 2. I feel like I have to play, like, quite a large amount of volume to, like, be able to, like, produce the content I produce, and I just, like, it makes it so I just can't play multiple games that much. And while I would play Crusader Kings and Stellaris and other Paradox games more if I was playing purely for fun, I just feel like I can't do it, because I feel like I just, like, take my finger off the pulse of what's going on. Universal healthcare is proven to be cheaper per capita rather than keeping it privatized, so it's more efficient than government funded. Yeah. And for me, this is, like, the bottom line, more so than, like, everyone deserves it as a universal, like, human right type thing. Like, I'm like less a fan of that type of argument. Here, let's push land. Actually, we could appoint someone and push this a little bit further. No, we can't, just kidding. Insurance companies generate negative value due to their perverse incentives. Yeah, this is my perception. Apollo 525, thank you for the follow. This is my perception, just generally. And it's oriented around the, like, efficiency. So, like, I'm generally a little bit leery of, like, what Republicans would call entitlement programs in a lot of spots. But I think that I am leery of them mainly because I don't think that, like, I want a system that is fair in terms of equality rather than equity, in terms of how I think the government should govern. So they shouldn't try and produce equivalent outcomes for everyone, they should give everyone equivalent opportunities. But they also really should do that. And I think that a lot of Republicans say that they like equality, not equity, but then they don't actually do that. And so, like, having education actually be equal opportunity for all people is an example, especially education under 18, when you're a minor and you're not responsible for your lot in life at that point, like, per kind of how we think about things. Especially then. Let's do this. So we could get land to 50 maybe. It's probably not very good, but... Okay, we're kind of taking off a little bit. Also, no one should lose their house just because they get cancer. That's not... I mean, I kind of agree with that on an emotional level, but that's not the type of argument I would, like, use for, like, politics. I think that one should be able to buy insurance. And I think that private insurance has perverse incentives, and so maybe the government should be providing it. I think that if in order for that to be efficient, you have to force everyone to buy insurance, like they can either buy from the government or not, and it's choice, or they force everyone to buy it. That might be one of those things where you have to, where it makes sense to force everyone to buy it. Like, for example, fire departments, you cannot productively create an opt-in pay system for fire departments or use private fire departments, because fundamentally, if your neighbor's house is burning down, that is going to make it so that your house is really likely to burn down. You can't partially service that. Or like having a military. You can't have people opt in to pay for military or not from the government, because the government is either going to defend its borders or it's not. So there's a free rider type problem. I imagine that is also true with medicine, because like having... It's also going to be true for medicine, because having the rest of society be healthy has positive externalities for you, right? So if you want to keep, like, Billy healthy, then you have to make sure Sandy doesn't get disease. My wife had to pay $1,500 copay on a $9,000 MRI. The same MRI on the private market in Norway costs $200, $600. Yeah, so this is a different problem, is that, like, the competitive thing, there's, like, price fixing, and the competitive things aren't actually competitive. And stuff like patents on drugs are fundamentally anti-capitalist, so you have to really demonstrate, in my opinion, or they're anti-competitive, you have to demonstrate, that the system by which they have like patents on drugs actually produces better outcomes for drugs than just funding government research. So this is another thing. Is like, I think it's possibly the case that you shouldn't give these pharmaceutical companies monopolies on the drug, and that it would be better to just have people have the government pay for research than to try and do research funding like in this manner. I guess we want a little bit more approval on the patrician somehow. Can maybe ramp up cost of court. I think we have one more privilege we can give out that's but yeah, the we get bad outcomes in terms of prices, partially because of like the incentive to negotiate like prices down or whatever is like fucked up by the way that the system works. All right, one more month and we will get to be able to try and see if we can invite someone. That's convenient. But I do think like my motivation tends to be a lot different than a lot of like liberals with whom I agree with on policy. I mean, we're not taxing the maximum, so technically this would be good. I think we'll go with market contracts. I think that this is actually probably not a very good privilege anymore, but it feels on theme. It's probably just kind of actually bad. But we're trying to get more, trying to be able to tax these guys more. We're not even generating much revenue from that tax, though. My pitch for universal healthcare: do you want stressed, ill, bankrupt, for medical bills guy with a gun driving a 3-ton Ford F-150 on the highway in front of you? Seems dangerous. I mean, that's one thing. That's like, I think one of the better arguments for education is that you don't want a bunch of idiots around you, but I don't think we've done a very good job of that. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him not stupid. Unfortunately. Paper is one of the better ones in terms of not needing the inputs for it to feel good. We don't make a lot from the paper though. We make a decent amount from books. I think we don't have a library in the capital. Let's plop one down. That'll actually give us a decent amount of research speed. Healthcare is kind of broken, yeah. Check if market access preference, that's right. I'm losing the plot here. I feel like people just like really like to pick a side like far. Oh, we could get Milan and we could get the other guy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Get in here. Get over here. Get in the burn. We'll just always support burn. Get over here. Are we not going to get more locations in the market? That's such a weird distribution, but okay. Oh, I guess Como is in the way. And Milan itself gets pulled into the market. Let's go. Let's go. Sure. Why do we have so many royal marriages? Shouldn't some of these get bricked? Probably gonna be, oh no, it's probably gonna be this. Because this gives us progress towards plutocracy. Okay, we want to check for CVs. Or we want to check to see if we can win wars. That's Austria. we're not gonna have like much play to our wars. And we really would prefer to be next to him, otherwise we have to play the, like, apocalypse game of shuffling around for food access. Alright, so that guy in the south. Oh my god. Alright. I should have checked closer to see if any of them had traits. I think that's as far as we're getting in the parliament, and we, like, actively want to pass the thing, so... I hate that you can... well, hate's strong. I don't think you should be able to roll that for a republic where you elect people. Generalist is behind on chat, it do be like that, yeah. Universal healthcare is just nationwide insurance, what you're paying for someone today, and someone pays for you tomorrow. I don't even like to look at it as you paying for someone else, or then someone else paying for you. It's that you're, like, buying a service, and it's the service is insurance. And the problem with having private companies do insurance is that they have an incentive to just, like, take your money and then tell you to fuck off. And then you have to fight them in court, but they, if telling you to, like, fuck off is cheaper than getting sued, then they tell you to fuck off. So, like, it creates this dynamic where they will drag their feet on things, they will muddy up paperwork, and they do all these sorts of things that are just incredibly inefficient, because doing those things makes sense within the context of, like, profit maximizing. As a profit, like, it was, yeah. Alright, we'll just take this stab hit. Oh, Enchanté. They were right next to each other, I didn't even realize. Okay. So we eliminate that guy, and then we siege the other guy. Change societal values. We're changing the land. Let's encourage migration to burn. Learning that education in the US is primarily paid for by property taxes was really eye-opening. Yeah, I think it's fucked up. I think that we have, like, a social agreement, basically, functionally. What the where can you go? Not this. Anything but this. It's winter. We have, like, a social agreement that people who, like, aren't, who are under 18 are not responsible for their lot in life. Like, this is, like, an agreement. This is how we look at the thing. And that means that, like, if you want something that's fair, people under 18, like, they should all have access to the same education. If once you're over 18, you're, like, responsible for, like, what happens to you and, like, this type of stuff, then sure, okay. Don't need to, like, but education, like, under 18 really needs to be equal if you actually want a fair and equitable society. But people are, like, not interested in that. Not actually interested. Allow me to, like, clarify. The argument that universal healthcare you pay for other people's insurance is also true in America. Education should not put you in generational debts. So here's the thing. Education should. No, I think education is also one of the things that has the, like, most positive externalities. I think the government generally should not do stuff because it's inefficient. And that private industry is better most of the time. However, that's not, like, universally true. And sometimes stuff like education that has so many positive externalities. I think you should educate everyone in the population, and that this creates enough, like, net good that everyone should be okay paying for it. And if they don't think so, they can kick rocks. Yeah. Hey, thank you for the 20 knock. What TV shows do you like to watch? I don't watch much TV shows. Right now I'm watching, like, The Boys. I really liked Westworld. I'm kind of a sucker for Marvel, so I see most Marvel stuff. But I don't watch much TV outside of that. And the Marvel stuff, like, okay, you got me. It's like, just kind of like insipid, like, action movie stuff, but it's a little bit of a guilty pleasure. I think that some of these expos on that is kind of just efficient. Yeah, let's push some of this. Hopefully we get migration in the form of laborers. That would be actually nice. This actually might make migration better, the pop promotions being slower, because a lot of the times the pops are migrating, they're actually migrating upper tier pops. So you get, like, quite a bit from migration. Here we have them leaving, right? So if we encourage migration, we wouldn't have these laborers leaving instead. Universal healthcare obviously works. It's not like there's no counterexample to the American system. Yeah. It's a rent-seeking vampire industry that has no justification for existing in society. Well, I mean, if it was better, I would be fine with it. Like, if it, the thing is like, there's a lot of things that, like, it's like an empirical question, not like a priori thing for me. So for a lot of people who are progressive, it's like, the government should absolutely provide health to everyone. And for me, it's like, and this is like, from the assumption, like, before we even look at the, like, information. For me, it's like, you look at the information and it's like, well, that way of doing it is not effective. Why would you do it that way? Like, more so than, like, this must be a thing, like, type of way of thinking. EU5 in a better state now? Yes. I don't know if it's in the state you want it to be in. I don't know what exactly you're looking for, but it is better than before. Yes. Absolutely. I think that 1.1 for me, it was like just slightly better. I don't think there's anything I object to too much other than maybe business power level. But that's like kind of more a taste / design perspective than like they actually made the game less fun in some way type of thing. There's a silver location up there somewhere. Oh, we should have looked. I got the whole premium upgrade with your code. Thanks for the content. Thank you so very much for using the code. Much appreciated. It is for anyone who's interested in getting it through the code or with the code. You go on to Paradox Web Store. It is generalist in all caps. It doesn't give you a discount, but it sends 12% of the sale my way, so it's a good way to support the channel at no additional cost. You do get the code emailed to you. Anyone notice FPS dropping when you're in the buildings menu? I was noticing some like weird FPS dropping when I was like trying to stay unpaused and like going through the tech tree. So that felt a little bit weird. I guess we're slowly kind of building it up. I do want to turn this into a megalopolis, which requires us to have 400,000 pops here. Do we even have enough pop capacity? I guess we got to save up for a city. Jesus. That's going to be real expensive. Did I do something wrong in the Civil War? For Biz, I got flipped, meaning I have less men than the Pretender. I haven't seen this happen for others. You want to try and get fewer people supporting the Rev. It's really critical that Byzantium specifically does not support it, so try and... here, we could... If you have a rev, you could kind of poke around in the UI for why the pops are supporting it, and try and troubleshoot. We're not going to take the 20 stab hit. We're just not doing that. Oh, we could also try and accumulate favors with people. Let's try that. Did they change pops dropping literacy with religion change? Yes. That was fixed in last patch, I think. 1.1. Is there more urban rights in the ages, or is it regional? I haven't played deep enough to know. I hope there is as time goes on. But I've only done like 3 biz starts now, basically, so... I'm very familiar with that at this point, but not much else, because I was doing like Vic 3 stuff, like... up until kind of close before release. No Byzantium? We did do a poll. I guess the poll's still up. People are feeling us playing Burn over the other one. Now we can build a university. I don't... I think the unconditional surrender should not be that noise. We're getting there, chat. Can we click any of these buttons? No. I don't think we're not the leader of the Swiss thing. Not making as much money before, but that's just because a lot of this is just, I think, kind of whatever. I mean, what I said about rent-seeking counterexamples is rooted in empirical thinking. I think it's an issue with capitalism in general, and that's why you regulate it. Is France still overpowered? I'm not sure that they were overpowered. They might have been appropriately powered. France should be really strong. I mean, the best country in Europe is probably a toss-up between Biz, France, England, and Castile to some extent. Still. Well, Biz is now just included. Is Biz a problem when controlled to AI or just the player? If it's just the player, that's fine. Well, I mean, small sample size. This is the only run we've played where we played not as Biz, but Biz is doing very well. Do subject CVs cost stab now? Not as far as I could tell. I may have missed the memo. The thing about the role of government is to do things that isn't profitable for private industry to do. Yeah, so like the lighthouses. Classic Vic 3 where they have a lighthouse here, we could zoom in on it. Lighthouses should be a government thing because they have the feature of being non-excludable. Even for people who don't pay for the lighthouse, it still prevents them from wrecking onto the rocks. By seeing the lighthouse there, you don't float their boat there. So you can't prevent people from extracting the value from lighthouses. Because of this, if you left lighthouses to private industry, they would be underfunded because they can't properly extract revenue relative to the value that they provide to society. Right, so a lighthouse... we don't have enough laborers. Doesn't matter if we add more stuff. We could do a jeweler's guild. I think that that's kind of punty. Let's do one of those. The revolution is now because it doesn't happen. It's better now because it doesn't happen. Crispin Nashinjin, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. If I take medicine and it's giving me increasingly severe cancer, and my neighbors take a different medicine from the same condition, they don't have cancer, then maybe it's the wrong medicine. I agree. Does someone now know how I enact the Imperial Register law in the HRE? It says the HRE hasn't enacted it. Seems a bit of a circular problem. I'm not 100% sure, because we've not gotten Emperor in the new system. I think we vote no, though. Not that we have a lot of votes. The voting power. I appreciate the help. The rebels ended up surrendering because Trebizond's Marines shame about 2k troops that died to attrition in Theodosian walls. Yeah, as long as you get the capital, like, you're kind of in good shape. AI business beating the Ottomans. I feel like people just in general are gonna have mixed feelings on it. Is there anything else we want to hand out? Yeah, clergy and admin. FPS when looking at a province, lovely update. I have noticed a little bit of chop. I haven't played deep enough to really have an opinion on it though. Also, we frequently play with Faster Universalis. Automod doesn't let you hat in Paris. I wouldn't let you hat in Paris either. But yeah, the auto expand mod bricks your ability to utilize urban rights. I haven't commented on your vids about this, but many EU5 enjoyers, I want EU5 mission trees so bad. Yeah, this is... I think that they're going to be moving in that direction based on the tone and way they talked about that type of thing in their roadmap. Where, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be mission trees, but more mission tree type feel. Which, like... I think means probably like a lot of overtuned content if you jump through some hoops is probably what the implementation looks like for that. Or not overtuned, but like tuned to the extent that they like want to give the player some really beefy stuff for jumping through hoops. Is 1.2 playable? Oh, absolutely. I've not noticed anything that feels game-breaking at this juncture. I mean, like, there could be something, like, later on, or something like this, but, I think I have maybe, like, 40 hours or so, 30, 40 hours on this patch. A lot of it just restarting biz runs, but from what I have played, there's nothing that, stands out as, like, buggy issue. Vic 3 had a little bit more of a struggle in that regard. Latest patch. I do like the patch quite a bit though for Vic 3, but more from a long-term perspective than like this an immediate this is fun perspective. I think they're cooking. They're just like slow roasting a little bit. Can we invite anyone else? I think we can. Yes, yes, yes! Get over here. Get in my market. It's like, them being in the market I think is like pretty marginal. Just in general. Looks like Milan might have left it. Womp womp. We accumulate max amount of favors. I think we actually could use them for It doesn't scale very well in terms of the use of favors. But we can ask them to send migrants. I forget where it is. I don't think it's worth, but... Is that under friendly actions? I don't think it's worth either way, but... Oh, auto mod? Got it. Just a way to get and give permanent claims. I'm not 100% sure, but you might get cores from the Byzantine Empire. Now when you get your cores when you take the land, they just turned it integrated only if you don't satisfy the conditions for cores. So it still might require some effort, but it starts integrated. Don't need the local council yet. Monthly diplomats actually could be kind of nice here. Pretty sure they plan to make DHEs more mission tree-like. They already said this multiple times. Yeah. I mean, I just don't think they're going to use the mission tree container, but they did discuss chaining together events with the DHEs. And chaining together events makes it start to look like a tree a little bit. They just, like, won't have the tree function or, like, the way of, like, organizing it. Do you have your input bindings file? Your old one on Discord is bricked on 1.2. It's not bricked. It's not bricked. Or it's semi-bricked. What you do is you go into settings. And you go input bindings. It only takes like 10 seconds to clear it up. This map mode slot, whatever, a bunch of stuff gets assigned here. If there's 2 assignments, it bricks it. You just need to unassign all the ones from here. And then your settings should be fine. I haven't done like an updated upload, but I'm pretty sure that's what's going on there. Not break though. Tree event UI mod. Yeah, like maybe what is it like? The meme of like either like taking off the clown makeup or putting on the clown makeup in regards to like. Like, slowly reverse engineering our way back to mission trees from not using mission trees. I don't know. The EU4 community is like, they like EU4. Which sounds like trivially true. I'm just saying, I think EU5, in the early Tinto talks, the design vision was, like, different, and I think they're moving more towards EU4's design. So I think we improve relations with Württemberg, and look to pull them into our market as well here. I think we don't need to pay for dip at all. Nice. At this point, we'll start going for the stuff. Maybe Verona pulled in too. Market's starting to grow. It's a grower. I don't know what we're supposed to spend our money on, to be honest. Could build a university. That unlocks the law. Also gives us some migration attraction. What do we need? Oh, we need more money. Jesus. Books are really expensive. So is masonry. We can't solve the masonry very well because we don't have the promotions, but we can probably solve this. Did anyone else get AI vibes from Johan's message on the roadmap post? But like AI wrote it. That didn't immediately come to mind. I'd have to look back through it. I think often if you're like trying to look for something sounding like AI, one of the issues is like if you're reading something to check for it sounding like AI, it tends to sound more like AI than like maybe it ought to. You're just piggybacking slowly on what they were saying before November 4th, 2025. What do you mean? With the DHEs into multiple mission trees? I don't know. Johan was pretty anti, like, mission tree before. I honestly would like fewer texts. It's too much to keep track of. Fewer and better advances would be better. Maybe. I almost think there should be more text. So, or I think that the player gets all the good texts, and so it feels off a little bit, but also something a little bit more streamlined would maybe be okay, because like strategically you're just like chasing which modifiers are best, but it's like mainly like a modifier thing rather than like a systems thing. Right, sometimes a new system is unlocked, but for the most part, it's like modifiers. Like an example of a system getting unlocked is like, you can't like push naval very, very well, maritime presence, until you have dock. So like this unlocks like a new way of playing, kind of. But a lot of the tech, or like trade range, the early trade range modifiers, really kind of open things up for you. But a lot of modifiers like clergy, estate satisfaction, equilibrium are just like, or a lot of techs are just points, or something like this. So, what about Savoy? Maybe. Maybe we get Savoy too. Not spend that much. Yeah, we are trying to pull more people into our market. It is very marginal though, like the benefit that we get from doing it. $322. Soon. I'm just saying they seem to have changed their plans since pre-release. Yes, absolutely. In like every single spot, or not every single spot, in spots where I felt that they were diverging from EU4 and were kind of the attitude, this isn't EU4 2, this is EU5, it seems they are moving back towards EU4, I would say. Which is generally something I'm like less a fan of, but at the same time there's a ton of changes that I am super, like, that I've advocated for and been a big fan of that they're also implementing, like changing things to efficiency modifiers, like in general, right? So one of the things that drove me away from EU4 was like turbo stacking like a whole bunch of one modifier until it got absurd. And the modifiers you could stack to make them absurd are the discount modifiers, and if you can't stack discount modifiers, then because they turn into efficiency modifiers, then you save yourself the trouble. I think Yon needs a big cuddle. Maybe. I think he... I think if your last project was Imperator, that you would be big stressed when releasing EU5. Because, like... Also, like, Johan's getting like, I think he's said publicly that he wants to work on this game, like, basically until he retires, or what have you. And so, like, if this isn't successful, like, then, like, I don't know, he might just, like, retire. Like, so he's probably just, in general, under a lot of pressure. I don't know what he would do. I don't have, like, an inside track on, like, what he would do if, like, EU5, like, got imperadored, but I imagine that experience, when you've been... I don't know how many games Johan's been at the helm of, exactly over the course of his career. I know he's been at Paradox for like 20 or 30 years. He's like quite a veteran, but that's not a ton of titles still. And so to have one of them go like quite poorly, I imagine is especially when it's your most recent one. It's not like his first one went poorly and then all the other ones after that have gone good, type of thing. Which I think would create a much different feel. Okay, here's where we look for more... Actually... Them being next to us is pretty big. I think we have super good relations with this guy. No, not really. Okay. Royal censure. That's a fascinating one. Good for just binking. Flipping the thing. Does this even give us... Okay. I wonder if we're supposed to pass this for the extra stats before. Maybe. EU5 the player count seems much healthier. Absolutely, but it's like whether or not it will get imperadored is like different than like independent of whether or not it happens. It's like I think that it colors and changes the way that you do things. Like either way. Like, I think that the fact that EU5's development has been, like, so open about things and been prioritized receiving feedback and implementing feedback, I think that that's part of, like, the legacy of Imperator, would be my guess. I don't have, like, a long-term, like, study on, like, Johan, though. Because, like, I didn't start making content for the game until after Imperator, and, like, I didn't follow games closely before making videos about them. Like, not really. So, that's like outside the realm of something I can really talk about. Although I love Imperator now. Yeah, Imperator, I feel like it's unfortunate that it got cancelled or the plug got pulled. EU4 was the same way. On release, it was much more about sandbox and then turned more arcadey. Turns out that making a curated experience for hundreds of nations takes some time. Well, it was just like complete bare bones, but yeah. The thing is, like, I personally don't like arcade, but it doesn't mean the game is bad. Son of a bitch, dude. You were weak before. What happened? What happened? What happened? Well, to be honest, we could probably wipe their stack. And move on type of thing. Do you hear about Flurry's exploit that lets you choose research that you can't choose? You select a tech and then control tech, click another tech? Lets you choose a research you can't choose? It's an exploit that just lets you skip stuff? Yeah, I'm probably not gonna try and exploit in that way anyways. It's interesting though. I hate diplomats so much in the EU5 and you need one for every basic action. Yeah, I don't think I like the diplomats overall. It's not like the worst though. As far as play patterns being like frustrating, it's like pretty low on the frustrating scale. When do you play your home place? But I live in California. I'm not sure I can play California very easily. Let's do that. Is this a Switzerland run? It will be, eventually. Is it worth buying EU5 yet? That depends on your budget and like what type of games you like. It's like kind of a hard question to ask. I mean, I thought it was worth it on release. I was of the opinion that people and also on release it got really positive reviews and then the reviews tanked. I think that to the extent that EU5 has some shortcomings, I think that those are not that pronounced or feelable until after you have 100 hours, and if you can buy a game and play 100 hours, then the ROI is pretty good. But if you want to buy it and then jam it a whole bunch and get a couple 100 hours and then be like, well, a lot of systems here could use some work, and then for you that is an unsatisfactory investment, then maybe it's not worth it. Something like this. Got quite a bit of dev. Yeah, I'm not an arcade type guy either when it comes to these games. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, I think they're doing a lot of good things. I just think it's like, the design is like, just moving in a different direction from like kind of what I want out of a game. And I guess it's a little bit unfortunate. Because I don't think it's like, oh, they're killing the game type of thing. I think it's just like not my cup of tea type of thing. If it gets more arcadey. Like, if I want arcadey, then I'm not, like... I don't mind arcadey, I just don't like the sitting on the fence about it. You know? If that makes sense. Like, what's the best way to put it? You either... Nah, that's like a little bit too definitive. I think like I would rather a game like either try and be simulationisty or not care about it, and like not try and sometimes be one and sometimes be the other to some extent, if that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't. Wow, there's legit. Alright, well, we're just gonna... God, just attack into penalties, I guess. Alright, just kidding, we'll defend the penalty. I guess we just go after each person's stack. Gonna run out of food there. That is not the play for him. But how do we siege this other stuff? I guess we maybe don't. God, why do they all have to have forts? We could do some type of thing where we take this. Well, it's gonna be a lot of antagonism anyway. Maybe we just siege it down and just take that one guy, not multiples. It's ticked down for us. Yeah, I kind of also like the idea of finishing out getting our province and starting to use that province if we're actually trying to make the one city big. You get more hours of fun than most AAA games, but if you plan on playing 1K plus hours, it still needs fleshing out. Yeah, this is... I definitely think this is kind of the case. I kind of stand by my initial review of the game, which is that people have a blast, but like after they play for a while, they'll start noticing issues. Which is like, I don't know, sometimes I think that Paradox players like have an unreasonable like standard and expectation for what the game should look like on release and this type of thing. How's the performance? People are saying it got worse. That's what people kept saying in chat. I'm inclined to... I don't have a very good nose for that. I'm inclined to believe them. I would actually try and check... I would check OBB's channel, because I know OPB does a lot of... I would either join my Discord and try and see if Connor's saying anything about it, because Connor has kind of the resident mod for performance, and so he probably will take a look at that, or OPB almost always does multiple like overnight performance runs of the game or whatever, and so he gets kind of a take on it. I play Nerf Biz after the solid DLC. Having them be strong is a bit of a marketing thing. This is another thing, is I think you sell more copies when you do this, but I think it's like then like the shadow of Biz looms over the lobby, and then when Iberia comes, the shadow of Iberia looms over, and then the Old Alliance, Scotland, and like a world where Scotland just runs over England every game. It's like probably like I feel like you guys are getting what I'm getting at, like not necessarily ideal. We are taking a lot of stuff just ourselves, but that's because we're only taking like one location at a time. Classic HRE issue. I just updated the auto-expand fork. Nice, nice. I did a very quick QA, and auto-expanding and auto-building seemed to work fine, but no guarantee there aren't bugs. Gotta work on it more tonight. Very nice. I'm having blast and noticing issues. Def got worse? Okay. Yeah, I trust the chat. Famous last words. I trust the chat a little bit more than, like, my intuition when it comes to that. I think that's the type of thing I don't notice that well. So, Rural Noble Authority, there's like, oh, I forget where the source is. There's like another big-ass source of fort maintenance that there wasn't there before. Is it serfdom? Yeah, it's serfdom. And as far as I know, this is, this may be an efficiency modifier later, but it's not now. So this makes the serfdom option a lot more intriguing. Or this gives you serfdom and fort maintenance and satisfaction, which we need anyways. I think we're gonna do this. Normally, like, max tax is kind of appealing, but... do these guys have the institutions? Looks like they do. So that'll make institutions cheaper. If they didn't, what we would do is we would embrace the institutions before annexing. I don't think we have food access over here. I don't think I want to play that minigame over that province, because I think that taking it anyway is probably not even very good. So I don't think we can take that much antagonism. We lose some FPS when we clicked on locations owned by other nations. Scotland deserves it. It says Punic Carthage. Yeah, not a fan. Like in Hoey, when Poland gets content and Germany doesn't stop beating Poland in 39. Yeah. Like that, like, I would, like, yeah, I have a problem with that. I'm like... is this guy gonna turn over the occupations or nah? Okay, cool. That's so much antagonism. Holy shit. I have to leave that guy alone, actually. Yeah, I think we just leave him alone, kind of. Wow. Playing the HRE. It is a vibe. Like, we can't just fight a coalition. Is this a subject of his? Huh, curious we can vassalize them, man. I think we're kind of okay with this, though. Oh, wait. Just checking if Kyberg isn't a subject of his, so... I guess we run it like this. And we avoid getting a coalition. And we have all of Bern province. Hell yeah. Getting random FPS drops. We need a faster uni ASAP. Wonder what DDR Jake thinks of this game. He left a really monstrously positive view on release. I haven't seen anything from him lately, though. We have a really fat spread. Let's grab banking, and then go straight for the bureaucracy. Then maybe the pop promotion. We need Connor to update faster Universalis. I don't know what the limit is that I can take without a coalition forming and declaring. It's based on antagonism. Yeah, if people go over 50, they can join. So keeping people under 50 is how you do it. What's the campaign goal to Switzerland? Play armed with HRE mechanics, maybe become emperor. Use this to form the country. I haven't really gotten to click any buttons for this, so I don't know if we're playing this the right way. I think it's like a cycling like election thing, so that we get in there eventually. Us annexing the other members is another way to do it. Previously used to be able to invite people and like invite people like France and then annex them, but I think it's been nerfed. Did you sneak a peek at Morocco's integration map? How cucked are they? Yeah, some of the people losing integration is a vibe. We're losing cores because not integrated. Do not know. Because you become the emperor as a republic? Oh, maybe not. You're probably right, we can't. We could flip. I guess the plan is to leave the HRV. We chose the wrong nation for the mission. We headed... we chose the HRE because we wanted... Or we chose... Yeah, we wanted to be in the HRE for HRE mechanics, but I didn't think that through really enough. Should have thought about that a little bit more. I should have read the other one too. I don't think we beat a rev where these guys join. Or if we lose capital. We can hand out another privilege. I think we just have to try and appease the estates. Why is it going up so slow though? Ah, deceitful. Cool. Tight, tight, tight. We will enter. He's the tension. Regards to Austria. Flipping off Republic. Who are you on where? Keeping generals captive. I know, I know. They didn't introduce a disaster, so still probably just ignoring the other stuff. So we'll go for timed. I think we'll end. Enough people have felt kind of burn a little bit. Although a lot of people want us to swap back to biz, I guess we... Very disjointed VOD if we do that. Can do it though. It's trending back towards that. I think maybe us kind of breaking free a little bit and entering another period of kind of just calm waiting. Or there's not a whole lot we can do. This should make our market a little bit bigger. Not gonna affect the bottom line too much. Most of the stuff we've taken just isn't also just isn't valuable. Not very good RDOs, nothing urban. We could maybe stream. Could maybe do a sandwich thing where we take like a 1 to 2 hour break, come back and stream back into biz later. The thing is, the biz run, I don't want to do like a full stream run and a full off stream run in parallel of the same country. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We've been waiting for this. This is like 300 gold. So like 30 months worth of income. Give a useless war from the last conquest. Oh, you're right. So true. Might be a good idea to have a break. Yeah, we've been going close to 5 hours. I've been thinking of this also on release day streams to do 5, like 2 off and then 5 on. It's if it's not hard coded for Austria to make a market, they should really fix the decision making. Yeah, this uber cucks Austria. What's their tax base? I imagine their tax base is like, okay, it's gonna be bigger than ours, but it's gonna be freaking small. 50. 25. I mean, we growing though. We growing. You're gonna lose free city if you pass that? Let's find out. At this point, we just want the research speed that confers. Although it does hurt the economy. Yeah, but it might brick the free city. Oh, we're gonna get a rev. Oh, we might be dead, actually. I think actually I killed us. Damn it. That'd be a good time to conclude the stream, I guess. You don't get game over, though, when you lose to a rev. Okay, that's manageable. Show, like, all the locations. Free city, what city? Maybe we don't win. No, our AI ally attacked him on the mountain. Not like this. Not much we could do here other than just like let them do their thing. I guess we could have played in such a way that we didn't punt the stack early. Would you stream Burn again? I'm not sure. Burn just... Look, I think this would be like interesting for a run, like, idea. Maybe a little bit, but I think for a stream run, it's a lot of us just waiting around. Although we've like kind of gotten past the waiting around part, and like now we get to do the actual stuff. So maybe it's fine. I think the other locations were minor rules, that makes sense. It looks like we can't really push anything. Maybe innovative? Yeah, we could push to an additional one. Gives me like a mild panic when the noise plays. Oh, I chose the wrong option there. Hey, this is Civil War. What are we doing here? Okay. That's what we're doing. Our parliament got bricked because we lost control of the province. Oh, that's so lame. We're gonna reload. I wanna know if this bricks our thing, and also I don't want to lose that. I haven't played since February. If I'm jumping back on 1.2, what's a good starting country to warm back up with mechanics, and what's not? I don't know, something big. Biz is friendly enough to, well, if you watch like the first maybe 10 minutes of my Biz video, Biz is actually pretty friendly. Manual trade kind of looks better option for at least for the beginning of the patch. That maybe makes sense. We're noticing kind of not a lot of money being made. Okay, so the rebels fire, but we have to maintain control over. Wait, what happened to our urbanization? Am I like going crazy, or what's going on? Am I just a psychopath? Trying to drowning in inflation as biz? Yeah, it's a little bit slow on the eco start. I guess if you want to click a lot of eco buttons, something else would be more forgiving. India is really forgiving. Like Vigiana goes. Got it. It bricks the entire parliament. God, that's lame. We like high roll the best parliament and then it gets bricked by a rev. That's definitely something that could have been avoided. Or maybe minute 5 to 15 is probably better. Like, this has a lot of content, is fun, and you'll like feel strong, and then like you do the things, and there's events and like trajectory, and it feels like you're ramping up. Yeah. How do you pronounce this? Italian? Okay. We don't have the answer to our city question. Let's maybe just answer it. I don't know if this is the good. I don't think this is a good way to spend 500 ducats, but I am curious. Yeah, I don't really like urbanizing any of these, but I just want to know if this breaks our free city status. Or no. You receive the right to become a duchy, holding entirety of a province. After this, I think we'll wrap up the stream. I don't know if we'll have a second stream or how exactly we'll do it, but I do want to know. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, let's see if anyone else is streaming. We assume there's gotta be people streaming EU5. Let's see what we can do. Oh, we can raid Playmaker. Rise of the Turks! Yeah, let's go! I think he and I had this discussion. The thing to do is play the Turks.
Usually when I'm using AI.
Usually when I'm using AI. That is me getting ad bopped. Right, so let's set up the raid there, and then I think he also streams on YouTube for the people on YouTube like the player, but the YouTube player or playmaker. But we'll link the Twitch link anyways and be off on our way. I think we'll see if, depending on how I feel and what work I can get done, we might stream again later today, or this might be it for today, but maybe we need to do a patch note read-through. Maybe that's a good stream. But anyways, have a good one, you guys. We'll say goodbye to the raiders, and we will say goodbye to the YouTubers. Or will we? Where's the end stream button? I mean, we could